Hello and welcome to Africa Health Week. I'm Dave Sharp and I'll be your moderator and host for the next few days, where we will be learning, innovating, networking, sharing best practice and generally pulling ourselves together to form a wonderful community of health professionals, not just here in Africa, but worldwide. This is part of a series of future health events that are taking place throughout the coming months. We've already been in Arabia, in the Arab world and in the UK. So we're now in Africa, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you some best practice from some wonderful speakers and presenters. Now, in order to take part, you can network. This platform gives you the chance to share your contact details. You can chat with each other. We've got a chat box so that you can do that. And also, you'll see shortly a Q&A box. Now, in the Q&A, you can ask any of our presenters and speakers a question. If there's a question that you see there, and it might even be yours, that you actually really want answered, and you see a bunch of other questions and you want to notch it up, then you can vote on those questions just to push them up the order. So that's how we use the Q&A. The chat will be running the whole time, and we're encouraging networking throughout, not just today, but the coming days as well. So if you're comfortable on social media as well, we are using the hashtag Africa Health Week, and Future Health Series is another hashtag we use. And if you're looking for us on social media, if you look for Future Health Innovations, predominantly we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on LinkedIn and other social media platforms. If, of course, you have to nip out, because one of the beauties of this is that we're coming to you wherever you are. You might be in your office, you might be at home, you could be at a place of work. Who knows where you are? But the beauty of it is we are flexible. So if you do happen to miss one of our presentations and you've looked at the program and you want to play catch up, then you can do that. All of our presentations are being recorded, they're being live streamed onto YouTube, and all you have to do is look for the Future Health YouTube channel. So there we go. It looks like a promising and exciting 3 days or 4 days ahead. And let's take a look at what's coming up this morning, shall we? Shortly, we'll be listening to Tafi Mazikana. He'll be here talking about digital mental health and Africa. Then Vineeth will join us, the long-term strategy to improve healthcare with digital transformation, technology and innovation. And then before lunch, we'll talk to Yara, and she'll be talking about scaling digital health innovations in Africa. So that's the morning session. Lots of interesting stuff, as I mentioned there. We want you to network. We want you to get involved. We want you to innovate, share ideas. This is all about pulling together. And as I mentioned there, first up is Tafi Mazikana. Tafi is the co-founder and CEO of Vimbo Health, and he's going to be talking about digital mental health and Africa. Here he is now.
Thank you. So we are Vimbo, and our vision is for digital therapeutics to be widely available in Africa, and for Africa to have access to high quality solutions that are fit for our purposes. So my name is Tafi, or Tafadzwa Mazikana, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Vimbo Health. I'm originally from Zimbabwe. My background professionally is in banking and finance, gained over in the UK, which I think leads to the question of what am I doing running a digital therapeutics startup and looking specifically in this area of mental health. Unsurprisingly, as is the case with a lot of mental health founders, I come from the perspective of being a service user and entering my journey into the realm of mental health through that avenue. So what I'm going to do today is to share my personal story because I think it's important to fight stigma from the front and be willing to share and hopefully impact people in that personal way, not even thinking about the broad strategic macroeconomic objectives, just starting with the individual, and hopefully embolden some of you to think about your personal circumstances and not just see this as a, I guess, business or industry presentation. After that, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we are doing specifically at Vimbo Health. And lastly, just give some background into the area of digital therapeutics, which is very much our sector and something that, of course, some of you may already have an understanding and background in, but some may not and may want to learn more. So going into my journey to some extent, I want to share a statistic that was both frightening, interesting, and resonating, which is that it takes 10 years on average for a person with mental health difficulties to start getting help and start getting treatment. And this is quite a frightening number. And if we combine with that most people actually don't even enter into care, those people who take that 10 years are actually very fortunate and very lucky. And I count myself as one of those people because for me, most certainly, I can say that it took me more than 10 years to get to the stage of reaching out for help. And I'm not going to go through all of my 10 years meticulously to unpack this, but I will just touch on a few things that I would say would have been contributing factors that I wasn't aware of, and with hindsight, of course, all tied together. And firstly, the experience of my first startup is something that was very, I think, challenging, and in that turning point, because you get critical turning points in life where a lot of mental health difficulties sort of emanate from. A major one for a lot of people is coming out of university, coming out of high school, going into university into work life. And for me, a major significant change was going from a corporate environment into running my first startup with all the expectations of what an entrepreneur should be, what an entrepreneur should look like, how your metrics should be, and really placing a lot of pressure on myself and operating with a level of perfectionism, which it can be a good thing, but excessively done and continuously done can be detrimental. Layered on top of that, my corporate experience was amazing, but of course it's something that can also put a drain, and like anything, you need to recharge, and you need to be aware of when to recharge and how to recharge. And with the lack of that knowledge, something that's that has obviously been a great experience, learned a lot, can leave you coming out the other side not quite whole. So I was very, very fortunate to have been living in a very, I suppose, well-resourced environment in the UK. And I reached out to the UK Health Service, and they were able to give me some options as to how I could get help. One of those was, would you like face-to-face therapy? Another was, would you like to undertake a group therapy? And lastly, would you like to try this digital option that we've been having really good feedback on and people are seeming to enjoy? So I, with my lack of knowledge on anything mental health, decided to go for the digital option. It was partly because, quite frankly, I was the embodiment of stigma at that point in my journey, and the thought of talking to a professional one-to-one was quite intimidating. Now I'm, of course, quite used to talking about my circumstances and mental health generally, but then it was a very intimidating idea to go from, not knowing anything to talking to an individual. And secondly, I was due to travel. So just for practical logistical reasons, it was better for me at that time to choose the digital option. I had very low expectations for this, to be very honest. But unsurprisingly, and the reason why I'm sitting here is that it worked very well. And for me, it was all that I needed. I came from a position of being diagnosed with severe anxiety and depression. So definitely someone who, looking at the normal rule of things, could easily be put into expensive sort of face-to-face, higher intensity treatment. But I was helped through the digital option alone. So for me, that did not lead immediately into me becoming a founder in mental health. The transition was not that short. I started off by being very much an advocate of other people seeking help through these free resources that they have available to them. It actually frustrated me that so many people were not aware of this help that's freely available to them in their own health system, and very much advocating for people to seek help and to basically, to some extent, do what I did, or at least just know that is there if they don't need it. And throughout that process, continue to learn more and became increasingly painfully aware that, as people were rejecting or not being open to what I was making them aware of, there are us here in Africa who don't have access to essentially anything near that, which is freely available to, I guess, people in these more developed markets. And so those were the beginnings of thinking about Vimbo, thinking about what is the use case for digital therapeutics in Africa, and really being conscious that if I as an African person don't take interest in this, then who will? And really, at a certain point deciding that, it should be me, and committing myself to this journey of democratizing and increasing accessibility to mental health treatment in Africa. So I'm very fortunate to be in this journey together with my co-founder, who is Sherry Steyn. And Sherry is our Chief Science Officer. She has a background specifically in the deployment of digital therapies to populations in the UK, and she gained that whilst working for the UK Health Service in the improving access to psychological therapies division, which is an amazing division that now treats over 1 million people a year for common mental disorders. Sherry is originally from Durban, South Africa, and really shared my vision and passion, and really, to be honest, distress at the lack of mental health options that there are here on the ground in Africa. Through a digital platform, one of the key things that we're able to do is to address the barriers to people seeking help. And one of the first things that we really look at and take seriously is the barrier of knowledge. This is a really key one in the area of mental health. When we look at South Africa, there is a treatment gap of 92%, which means 92% of people who are likely to be in difficulty are not undergoing treatment. And so you can broadly expect that those people also just don't have a foundational knowledge on the area of mental health treatment. And so to go from not knowing anything to paying any amount of money, or in the case of face-to-face therapy, let's say 800 rands, the equivalent of about 40 pounds per hour for assistance, is a huge leap to take. And it's something where a lot of people, due to not understanding why is it important to address this, will actually not address it at all. So with a digital platform, what we're able to do is to start that process of accumulating knowledge on, in the first place, what is mental health and how does mental health relate to me at a very low barrier. That is something we are very keen on. In my own experience, once I knew a little bit, I wanted to know more, and I wanted to know a lot. So it's very important to get people in early and easily. The second one is quite intrinsic to a digital platform, and that's stigma. A platform which is digital, like ourselves, can be done privately. It can be done without the individual having to overcome the, I guess, at that time, trauma or fear of speaking to an individual. So that's something that's intrinsic to us, and that we are very keen on on pushing the destigmatization. And the last one is just access, which is that affordability aspect of the mental health ecosystem, where there are solutions that are out there, even here in South Africa. But a problem is that where people do have some awareness, some knowledge, they're simply not able to afford treatment. And so, through a much more cost-effective, scalable intervention, we're just able to reach more people. Looking at what our platform actually is, so we've talked a lot about mental health, about digital therapeutics at a high level, but what have we built and what are we actually doing at Vimbo? So our platform at the moment looks at digital therapeutics for anxiety and depression. We have housed our programs within our mobile app, and they provide a venue for self-guided, essentially learning, treatment, interaction with tools, and the building of skills that form into a treatment intervention. We take a very serious approach towards research. Now, within the mental health space, there's a lot of people doing a lot of great work, and anyone who wants to be involved in this space deserves a lot of credit. So definitely a lot of good people. But something we need to be cognizant of is that only 3% of mental health platforms are backed by research. And that is a difficult number, because really in mental health, we're dealing with a lot of people who are vulnerable. And so we've got to make sure as an industry that our platforms are safe and that they're effective before we start putting them into people's hands. And so we take a research-first approach in building and delivering our content. Lastly, we have localized our content for on the ground, starting with South Africa, and we are really taking on that mantle of discovering what does digital therapeutics look like for the space, which is a difficult journey, given that it's largely developed as a Western model, but we've decided to take this on and really embrace the challenge of that. In terms of the digital therapeutics sector, there's something interesting to talk about, which is, what is digital therapeutics in the first place? So it's quite a nascent area. It's, discovering itself in many ways, not just on the African continent, but also globally. And we're very lucky to have an industry group of leading players, leading startups, such as the co-founder of, I believe it's Big Health, and they have really formed this advocacy body on our behalf, which is amazing, even for us here in Africa, and something that we benefit from. And this body, one of the things that they did very early on was to try and define digital therapeutics, or DTX as we call it. And I just want to go through the fundamentals of this definition, because when we start to think about people who might be watching this, who are buyers perhaps of digital therapeutic solutions, it's important that they think about the potential solution in these terms and ask these questions of the provider. So the first thing is evidence-based therapeutic interventions. So by evidence-based, it's saying what is the basis really of the intervention. Vimbo, for example, is based on cognitive behavioral therapy principles, which have been proven scientifically through time. So we're pretty much standing on the shoulders of giants here, but using an evidence basis and sticking closely to that. So that evidence basis is important. Another thing to note, still on that first paragraph, they're used independently or in concert with medications. So that idea that it can be a standalone or it can be as an adjunct to ongoing treatment and other interventions. And that's very much how Vimbo is as well. We have usefulness to the individual in both of those scenarios. Within the second paragraph, DTX products incorporate advanced technology best practices relating to design, clinical validation, usability, and data security, and are reviewed and cleared or approved by regulatory bodies. So this is quite important in terms of the digital therapeutic solutions functioning within the regulatory environment that they are based in. And lastly, and most importantly, digital therapeutics empower patients. Our aim is really upliftment. The patients are what come first. They're the end objective for us. However, it's not only the patients that we have the ability to empower. We have the ability to empower healthcare providers by, for example, giving them better insights. We have the ability to empower payers who might be able to achieve their goals with greater ease and also with more data. So there you go, intelligent and accessible tools. And the last thing is just that focus on a high quality, safe, and effective intervention. So these to us are our principles. We work towards this, and it's our North Star. It's basically in a way the hard road, but we think is a vital road, especially when we consider that we're dealing with potentially vulnerable people. And so just thinking of that concept of Vimbo can be used as a standalone or as an adjunct to ongoing care. I just want to dig into that a little bit more. And what we are really talking about here is how do we interact with the existing practitioner population. And, it's a key topic because I think digital therapeutics are sometimes seen only as a replacer, and that's not really the objective. The objective is there are people who are not in care at all, and we want to bring more of those people into care. But there are also people who are in care who can benefit from an additional intervention. And so from the point of view of a practitioner who's considering the type of the care plan for an individual, there's quite frankly more options. In mental health, there is no one size fits all. So that ability to offer something additional is, in our opinion, critical and might benefit some groups of patients. So, for example, I guess typically men who don't want to have that one-on-one discussion, or might be less inclined rather to have that one-on-one discussion. The next one is more touch points. So as a practitioner, you can only see your client perhaps once every week, once every 2 weeks. By having a digital intervention as well, they can continue to interact with treatment even when they're not in the room with you. It's just a reminder. It allows them to journal. It allows them to keep track and to be able to present clearer insights on the next meeting, because they themselves can look back on their history from using a platform like ours and be able to, drive a more effective treatment overall. And lastly, there is flexibility. And that is really promoting the idea that digital therapeutics can be used at various stages in the journey of care. They're amazing for getting people into the process of care to begin with, where they don't know much about mental health. And as I said, creating that small first step for them to get involved. But also, interestingly, and research shows, a digital therapeutic intervention can be very useful in the area of relapse prevention. So for a person who has undergone a high intensity treatment, perhaps for a major depressive disorder, and in an inpatient care setting, for them to receive a platform that they can continue to have some touch point with a low intensity form of care, has been shown to be able to significantly reduce the rate of relapse. So there's a huge amount of flexibility in the way that we can start to think about and deploy digital therapeutics. And with the shift that we're seeing towards value-based care within the healthcare system, where we're focusing more, or other institutions are being rewarded more for the outcomes that the patient experiences. And this is going to be something that's quite powerful from point of view of being a benefit to the whole ecosystem. So as I said, not just benefiting individuals, but benefiting healthcare providers, payers, and the whole ecosystem is what we aim to do, beyond just that interaction with the individual. It's been an interesting time, and I don't think this would be a presentation if I didn't include the impacts of COVID, because, you know, in our area, it's really changed a lot. We started this journey before COVID, and we were then trying to convince people that, look, there is a pandemic in the area of mental health. You know, the impacts are broad. It affects a huge number of people. However, COVID really brought home to a lot of people who perhaps had never experienced mental health difficulties before, what exactly that is like. And also, in addition to that, the aspect whereby people were not able to access the traditional routes of care meant that digital therapeutics in particular had a flourishing and have continued to have a flourishing due to that. And we see that through IPOs. We're seeing Pear Therapeutics now preparing for its IPO. We've seen Teladoc being involved in merger activity. So definitely it's something that has changed a lot for our space within digital therapeutics. There has also been a change in the attitudes of regulators, which has been very promising. The FDA, during this post-COVID time, has established this Digital Center of Excellence, which is a real step forward in starting to understand digital therapeutics, how to interact with them, and how to have more seamless deployments. So really recognizing the benefit of digital therapeutics really to the populations. And apart from the regulators, healthcare professionals are also embracing digital tools, and you know that all of that has really been something that we can say, you know, in a very dark time has been a silver lining, and 100% we expect a lot of the dynamics that have been created to remain in play and to continue to impact us for years to come. So this is to a certain extent something positive out of this negative situation. Also, something that we've seen from the UK side, I'm of course a huge fan of the organization that treated me initially for my own depression and anxiety. So yeah, so I think it's really worth showcasing the amazing work that the NHS and their Improving Access to Psychological Therapies division is doing. They were set up, I believe, just over 8 years ago, 8 to 10 years perhaps. And by 2019-20, they had 1.17 million referrals start treatment. So these are people just in England who were able to, like me, see a link, get access to this, or perhaps get referred to this service. And of those people who started treatment, 0.6 million of them completed a treatment. Of course, you have a drop-off along the way, but 0.6 million is amazing. And against its 50% recovery target as an organization, the IAPS division achieved 51.1% of referrals moving to recovery in that 2019-20 period. And something that I find super interesting as someone who's in the digital space is that of those who ended treatment, 8% of them ended it on a computer-based modality, which is really powerful because the end point of treatment is really showing the effectiveness of the digital route. Yes, some people would have begun on the digital route and being stepped up to a higher intensity intervention. So, for example, begun on the digital route and be stepped up to a face-to-face intervention because that seems more appropriate for you. But seeing 8% of people ending treatment on the computer-based modality is something that is really powerful, because it means at a minimum close to 1 in 10 people can be treated for mental health conditions through digital and are ready to have that kind of treatment and would be palatable to it today. So that's something that's super interesting and really encouraging for our space. But that is, of course, in the UK. So what about here in Africa? The challenge that there is really for us in Africa is that this kind of public infrastructure, this social safety nets, or rather state-funded, I should say, safety net, is something that doesn't exist for us. We have a lot of things that are in our favor culturally. If we look at the concept of Ubuntu, which is something that is, I guess, more widely known in Zimbabwe, we call it Hunu, which is that concept of the society being responsible for each other. I exist because you exist, and so your problems and helping you are my problems. And societally, that helps a lot, because people are less likely to get into a distress financially or relationship-wise that is not supported and seen as a problem of the community to solve. So there are a lot of benefits that are intrinsic to Africa culturally. However, from a point of view of infrastructure to be able to treat people once they need more than that, that's where there is a challenge. And, you know, as we see digital therapeutics flourishing in other countries, my fear was, of course, and is, of course, that Africa might get left behind. And Africa is much more in need of these types of interventions that we offer, because firstly, there's, of course, the stresses that come with the insecurities that a lot of people face to their situations, but also, of course, those very high stigmas and treatment gaps that we get. So definitely, you know, Africa is something is a place where more tools are needed so that people can have access. And unsurprisingly, this is where we come in by taking an interest from the ground up in what do digital therapeutics look like for Africa, and saying, being on the ground, tailoring our programs, our platform, our technology to Africa, but also being willing, able, and active in researching that platform locally on the ground. And we've been in the process of doing a research study together with the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. That's a leading NGO in the area of mental health, and has crisis lines that take about 1,500 calls a day from people who are in distress. So they've been amazing partners to have in this local South African research study. And that study has been ethically approved by the Human Sciences Research Council. So we've collected incredible data from our participants, which show us to be having effectiveness levels which are really on a par with our Western counterparts, which is something we're very proud of. And that research, of course, involves a qualitative aspect of having a feel for how people are finding our platform in its self-guided nature. And what's exciting about this research is we really did give people the self-guided experience where all they got was the platform and they were able to go away and do their course of treatment when they want, where they want, from their device, going through our content, listening to the audio, engaging with our tools, our journaling, our meditations. And apart from the quantitative data, which objectively shows us to be effective and safe. We also have the qualitative, which is great to read because we're dealing with people. And on the left there, a feedback from a certain user that you feel like you are talking to a friend. So we've really taken great care in writing that content to be accessible. Another user, there is a lot of information and it is a less intrusive way of help. So that's that objective that I talked about early on of how do you reduce stigma. And lastly, it's easy to understand language is a big plus. And this is something that we found really interesting when looking at people whose first spoken language is not English. They were still able to engage with the platform and find it easy enough to understand. Of course, in the future, we'll be looking to localize that even more. But that's something that we found very encouraging. And another comment, which does not use a lot of data. When we say made for Africa, we're not talking about a lower quality of platform. We're just talking about a platform that relates to the needs of a user here. Someone in Africa doesn't have, put it another way, someone who's living in the UK might stream Game of Thrones on their way to work. But that amount of data could be someone in Africa's data for allocation for 3 months or even 6 months. So that idea that the platform is data light is very important to us. And of course, this user also found the programs and the platform to be very practical. So great feedback to have from real users on the ground. And so that brings me to the end of this presentation. It's been an absolute pleasure to be part of Africa Health Week. Really humbled to be called on to speak on the use case for digital therapeutics in Africa, or at least give a starting point of understanding. And that being a starting point, if you are interested in knowing more, I would encourage you very much to get in touch with me. That's my email address over there, tafi@vimbohealth.com. And you can also look at our website. And as I said, we've just scratched the surface of what we're doing, what the space is all about. If there are people here who are interested in partnerships on an academic level, we are looking to do more research. If there are people who have a pool of beneficiaries who could benefit from a digital intervention, such as ourselves, then I would very much encourage you to contact me, as we have started towards the commercial rollout. And so that's very much something that I would like to talk to you about and see whether we can help your beneficiaries, whether it's a pool of employees or if it's an insured population. I would love to talk to you about that. And lastly, if there are, I guess, investors, people who are in the space of investing, we are likely to be raising a round in the near future. So do contact me if this is an area that you're interested in exploring. It's definitely one where there's an opportunity to be part of having a real impact on people's lives. And it's something that I found very beneficial in my personal journey. And so the more people who want to feel what I feel, I really encourage you to get on board and to get in touch with me. So thank you very much.
And I'm delighted to say that Taffy joins us now. Hi, Taffy. Good to see you. Thanks for your presentation, but thanks also for sharing your personal journey. We were speaking off camera about how difficult it can be. You mentioned in your presentation 10 years for some people to seek help. Often men take much longer. And you're addressing that with your platform. So thank you for sharing that. We've had lots of questions. We've got 5 minutes. We'll start with the first question, which is, you mentioned data there, data usage, of course, and it's a light touch data use platform. But what about protecting data? How do you keep people's data safe?
Yes, that's extremely important and a key topic in mental health. The way I talk about it is infrastructure in terms of a road and a car. We're putting people on a journey whereby they're provided with the road, but the car, that being their thoughts, feelings, and emotions, quite obviously belong to them. So we take it very seriously. In South Africa, POPI, which is the equivalent of GDPR, has been introduced. And we are, of course, compliant with that. Before POPI was introduced, we have our framework in place. And really, it's all about having consent, so being clear to the user as to how their data will be managed, and really following those protocols and making sure we're taking, I think, a best-in-class approach towards the use of data and how that data is leveraged for improving the platform and further research.
That's reassuring. I'm sure people will be delighted to hear that. And of course, in terms of accessibility, Africa is divided by wealth, and we need to make sure that this is available to as many people as is possible. How do we approach that?
I think it's about stakeholders, because in mental health, within a Western model, the public healthcare system is so strong that a lot of people can start to have access to care. And I think in the African context, we need to start working together as stakeholders within the private sector to all band together to say, how do we make access to care available? And the return on investment across the board of affected stakeholders is so big that they should play a role in making platforms like us available for free to the end user. So from a government perspective, there's a huge ROI from reducing unemployment. For employers, there's a huge ROI from reduced absenteeism, presenteeism, and those related problems. For insurers, there's a huge ROI. So there's so many affected stakeholders that even in the absence of, together with the public sector, we should be able to get together and solve access, because we all benefit from doing so.
I mean, you're selling it to me brilliantly, and I see the benefit and the return on investment. Is funding, though, still a stumbling block? Is that a challenge still?
I think there is a lot of funding that's coming into the space. So, for example, in the South African public sector, in 2016, 615 million was spent on mental health. But what we're trying to do is think about where that funding is going, and making sure that it's going to earlier stage proactive intervention and tools such as ours. So we're not just saying, let's get more money in, but we're saying, let's direct more money towards early intervention, because that stops, that's where you get the most bang for your buck, so to speak. It's a lower cost and you can treat more people. So that's what we try to push.
You and I were speaking about how you measure success, and of course you've got some wonderful testimonials, and for those people that have provided those, clearly they're benefiting from the system and the platform and the fact that they can access it. But what about stats? Governments and funding bodies often say, give me stats. How is this working? What's the success rate? You've got some anecdotal stuff, but we need some hard data.
Yes, and that's the beauty of digital. We get to start to build hard data around a subject in which data is, I guess, mostly lacking. And it's really why we've chosen a research focused approach. So our research is ethically approved, which means the data that comes out of it has more weight towards it. And eventually we will publish that and let that be peer reviewed. So having that rigor around the data that we collect is essentially how we're approaching it, so we can prove that effectiveness already now, and even more as we go forward in the coming months.
Well, you mentioned earlier, and we've got time just for one more perhaps comment, in that this is just one of many things that you could be offered. You were offered various interventions in your journey, and this is just one. People using a combination of all three?
I think people can. Unfortunately, here in Africa, we won't have access to all three, so we can be a great starting point for people on their journey towards mental health. So even if you don't have access to that face-to-face, at least you can have something. Something is better than nothing, and that's sort of what we see in our study as well. People are just excited with the aspect of hope from having just something.
Brilliant. Well, honestly, I think you're doing an amazing job. I'm sure a lot of people, and judging by the comments that you get, agree as well. So keep up the good work, and send our best wishes to your team that are working on this. And it's one of those things, as you mentioned, with the pandemic as well, that needs addressing. A lot of people who want this kind of support. So Tafi, thank you. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day also. Thanks to the attendees.
That's Tafi, who joined us there. Coming up, we have plenty more presentations. Remember that you can take part by chatting in the chat box. You can network with each other. You can use this wonderful platform, find your way around it. And also, when you're watching the presentations, of course, you can ask your questions. And you heard there that we had several coming in. And of course, if you missed any of that presentation, or you think you're going to miss some of the presentations over the coming days, then go to the YouTube channel on Future Health, where you can watch them again. And of course, if you want to comment, if you missed your opportunity to comment, just find the hashtag Africa Health Week or Future Health, and we'll be able to connect with you on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and other social media. So let's move on then to our next presentation. It comes from Vineeth Purushothaman. He is the Group Chief Information Officer for Aster DM Healthcare, and today he's going to be talking about the long-term strategy to improve healthcare with digital transformation, technology and innovation. And here's his presentation now.
Hello, my name is Vineeth Purushothaman, and I'm the Group CIO at Aster DM Healthcare. And Aster DM Healthcare is a healthcare conglomerate with presence across 8 countries, and we cater to every element of healthcare, as I say, so starting from primary care onto secondary, tertiary, all the way to quaternary care. And we also have pharmacies, and we also do a lot of home care. I'm based out of Dubai, and that's where our headquarters are. But we have a great deal of presence in India and the rest of GCC, which includes Dubai, Qatar, Oman, and Saudi. I take this as a privilege to be able to address dignitaries and healthcare professionals from all over the world. And I look forward to this next 30 minutes of talking to you through a very important aspect, a very important subject, I thought. When I say, how can technology play a role in improving the healthcare by digital transformation, by use of technology and innovation? I'll try to do justice to this, and I hope you all find it useful. And so, moving on, I'm sure each one of you, through the day's presentations and yesterday what you heard and whatever you've been hearing from even in this seminar or even otherwise, have definitely heard a lot on digital transformation. Almost everybody has something to say about digital transformation. I believe there are several definitions that I said. So So I believe that the best way to define a digital transformation in healthcare is that is perhaps the most positive impact of technology in healthcare. And when you talk about disruptions, it is something it's something that nobody is ready for, right? And we just went through something very recently, and even now we're going through that, I guess, as most of us in healthcare. Transformation is always not as smooth, and as it's always there is a bit of disruption. And I think as healthcare providers, or in fact any industry, it's important to check whether each one of our organizations are ready for that punch. So there is this Gartner data which shows that most of the organizations are not good enough, are not ready, and therefore most of the time when a disruption happens, we are not good enough to handle that. I think one of the things that as a starting point when you talk about digital transformation and how do you take your organization through this long journey, yeah, I must tell you that the first thing that everybody should understand that this is not a project. This is not a few months. It could be several years before you actually complete this journey. So the most important thing that we need to understand is that we have, as leaders, have the patience to go through this long journey. I every time I get into these sessions, these kind of conversations and sessions with various forums across the world, I always represent the country that I belong to, India, and the regions that I represent are usually GCC and India. And I'm sure most of us sitting in this audience from Africa and other countries will be able to relate that many a time when we listen to the Western countries, the more advanced countries, talk about how well they've been able to transform, we realize that we have a long way to go. And that's why it's very important that before we set forth, or one of the first things that anybody should do is understand and assess the technology landscape. It's so very important that we have our technology foundation strong enough. I like this saying where it says that you have to do enough to bake the cake hard so that the icing can stay on it and the cake doesn't crash. The foundation of technology, be it your basic networks, be it your hospital information systems, it's very important that you have it strong. So please assess as to where do we stand in terms of your organization's technology foundation. So that's why I put this slide up there to talk to you about how important it is to get the basics in place, right? Look at it, whether you have a cloud infrastructure or whether you want to have a hybrid one, or like many of the organizations, even like ours, many of our systems are still legacy and we host it on premise. There's nothing wrong, but as long as you're able to connect that on-premise systems or to your cloud platforms, you have to do enough to ensure that there is a clear ownership as to who is driving the transformation. This is not a CIO's job. This is not a CEO's job. This is not a CFO's job. This is about everyone. This is about all the CXOs and more. So it's not just about making one guy, maybe a chief digital officer or a chief information officer or a chief technology officer or a chief growth officer to manage the transformation. If you do not have this very clearly communicated, that each one of us in the C-suite are equally responsible, it doesn't work. And then the most important stakeholder in the healthcare space are the clinicians. You better have them right in front, engage with them, talk to them, make them understand that this is a large transformation that they are a key member of. We also, right in the beginning of the transformation, be very clear as to how do you want to capture data, how do you want to store data, how will you want to go about analyzing data. And please remember, this again is not just about doing it once. This is about doing it again and again and again. Right? When you say a data lake in any analysis or any mention of data analysis, I believe it's called the lake because you don't swim it at one go. You swim a few meters and then come back, and the next lap do a little more and a little more and a little more till you finish the whole lake. So anything that you do with such large amount of data will need a lot of rework, a lot of iterativeness, and once again, capture, store, analyze, and again, repeat. Okay. I also believe that it's as healthcare providers and as healthcare practitioners and health systems, one of the benchmark that perhaps everybody can look at is that of the HIMSS model and see how you stand in the HIMSS, MRAM, or the other adoption models that they have, even the digital health model that I've got on this slide. So what I was trying to communicate here is that before we start in this journey of digital transformation, please do take a pause and assess the technology landscape. I'm sorry, just taking it. Yeah. So, another aspect, as we move on, is we're talking about transformation, talking about a larger transformation in healthcare because of this changing face of health tech, which is why I would want to touch upon the fact that there is a big shift from the traditional healthcare to patient-centric model. It is no more just about the old ways of healthcare. It is changing to a more patient-centric model of healthcare. There is a lot of changes happening around us as far as the technology is concerned. Right? It's moving on to more service-based offerings on cloud. It's moving on to a whole lot of health tech, whether it is the ideas and the startups that are there. From the service-based offering, it definitely gives us a lot of nimbleness, I believe, and the freedom to experiment and fail fast. I don't know how many of you know about the days when you had to put servers in place, go into data centers, get the required enough number of CPUs and the horsepower that it needs, and then soon you realize that is it too much or it is too less, right? When you have a cloud infrastructure, when you are hosting things on a public cloud, more so, or with any of your cloud partners who have the ability to be flexible to ramp up and give you more power, it certainly gives you that bit of edge and that nimbleness. Groundbreaking technology in terms of devices, connected devices, which continuously is putting across a lot of data, huge amount of data, and the ability that you have to analyze the data and drive insights. That's another changing face of health tech. All of this is, again, driven by an on-demand aspect where the consumers are asking us to ensure that as healthcare providers, we are available on all the channels that they want to be. So it's a connected consumer. The devices that they use are connected to the internet. They are naturally empowered, and it's almost in the same breath, when you say patient, you now say customer, because the word patient makes that, yeah, it is a ill. He has to be ill. He has to be unwell. In today's time, the healthcare and the healthcare providers are trying to do enough so that they do preventive care enough so that the patients, they don't have to come to the hospital and become a patient. So we'll do enough to keep them away and ensure that they are customers. So and this also is changing, because as we grow, as years pass by, we have a lot of doctors and practitioners who are millennials, and they are coming in to this health system, to our organizations already being digital savvy. So that's a big bonus. Not that our senior clinicians are not digitally savvy enough. It's a mindset. It's nothing about age. But then when you have a millennial doctor and when you have very increasingly diverse ethnicity, whether it is skill set, people coming from all part of the world, you are getting into a very evolving healthcare model, a healthcare provider, and the profiles are changing big time. So all in all, a big change in the way the healthcare is shaping up and the health tech is shaping up. As if all this was not enough, and we had somebody visit us in 2020 and turn things completely upside down. And I'm talking about the pandemic, of course. And that acted as a catalyst. The most interesting aspect here, to all those who are not fully into health tech and into healthcare, is that most of these technology solutions that became very, very popular during the pandemic in 2020 and even now were solutions and technology that already existed. If you talk about teleconsultation, if you talk about teleradiology, it all existed. But nobody found a reason to use it, is what I believe. Maybe the key stakeholder here, which is the physician, the clinician, did not see the what's in it for me. And the pandemic and the resultant lockdowns and the restrictions and everything that happened made the clinician see a good use of the tool, and it became popular. The doctor, on one hand, used it to reach to the patients. The patients preferred using it because they could speak to the doctor within the safety of the home. Similarly, remote monitoring, remote ICU, for instance, was so useful for us, operating across so many countries, that within each of our country, across our hospitals, we could have doctors from one hospital remotely take care of patients in another hospital. Even within the hospital, doctors could look at or attest to the patient needs in an ICU without being exposed to the COVID patients, being away from the COVID patients. We even had solutions in which we gave tablets to patients so that they can talk to the dear ones as well as to the doctors and communicate. Because a big concern when it came down to COVID treatment and COVID patients was that fear of being isolated, that loneliness, which was very useful using technologies like remote care or remote ICU. This also brought in I believe, a very welcome and a renewed focus on what is known as the electronic health record or electronic medical record, and a lot of tools that help you ease the entry and the adoption of electronic health records. And obviously, all this led to a larger technology investment. So people like us who were technocrats in this healthcare space were very, very, very happy to see investments come by. All the guys who had brilliant ideas around new ideas around technology use cases in healthcare got a big boost. Solutions around image analytics, for instance, became very popular because there were various ideas, various instances where an X-ray image could detect whether a patient is seriously ill. So I believe it altogether, pandemic definitely played the role of being a catalyst to this industry. I thought I should bring up this slide. Something I saw. This is a last-minute addition to this deck, which I read. If you see, this is a very old newspaper clipping. You'll see someone picking up a phone and showing and saying, "You'll be able to carry phone in the pocket in future." How many of us, if any of us were even alive at that time, could actually look at this and say, you would look at it and say, "Oh, really? Ah, come on, that's this." And most of us would have taken it as another act of fiction, right? Many of us wouldn't believe it. Now, while I'm saying this, I know many of you are thinking, yeah, that's true, but there are many similar news that we even now have, right? There are so many things that we get to see. Look at the gentleman on the left. How many of you would have thought of having a doctor come to visit with that familiar bag in his hand? Right? It's the same doctor now comes with maybe a tablet in his hand. Or who knows, you may have somebody like the one on the right, a friend, a robber, come home with a device in his hand and address to the needs. And I'm sure a decade down the line, we will hear maybe our grandchildren would talk about and say, "Oh, really? Were you so surprised by this?" So the fact is, there's so much changing around, such a big change in healthcare, and not just in healthcare everywhere, but healthcare a great deal. I believe healthcare today is going through a change, a transformation that perhaps banking went through a decade ago. And the only difference which I feel is with the pandemic and with everything that's happened is if banking took an amount of time to do this transformation, healthcare is doing it at 4 times that speed. So this is not going to take long before this transformation happens. All this, the whole demand-driven healthcare aspect, the connected, the systems, internet, the overload of information that you now have, as all of this is leading to what I believe is almost like healthcare behaving like retail. The very fact that you start calling patients customers perhaps is an indication. So it is more from being patient-centric. Yeah, it is patient-centric, but more than patient care, you may say customer-centric. Or yes, it is patient-centric indeed, but customer-centric as well. The very demand-driven approach to healthcare, where the customer or the patient is demanding that you as a healthcare provider be present anytime, anywhere, and let me choose the channel rather than you ask me to come to the hospital or to the clinic. So that's the big difference that we're getting into, where the patient decides when he wants to see the doctor, at what time, and chooses which channel. So he has a mobile phone in his hand or a device using which he connects. Either he books an online consult or a walk-in consult, but that choice is on them. It also goes on that I might start my journey online, but I might continue onto the brick and mortar, the word that you use in retail very often. That is, I could walk into the hospital and continue my consult with the doctor, and then come back and look at my patient record, my medical records online, or order the medicine that the doctor just prescribed online. This seamlessness and this omni-channel experience is what patients or customers prefer. So if you as a healthcare provider is not ready for this kind of an experience, you're going to be left behind. And there's no secret about it. So while we are doing a lot to get the systems in place, and while it's very important that you build this platform or this layer about top of your systems, which helps your patients to reach out to you anytime, anywhere, across your facilities, across your services seamlessly. Easier said than done, but then very much with the technology that you have in hand today, it's very much possible and easily done with a little bit of focus and obviously investment. It is again no joke, no secret that it is all about moving from illness to a wellness. Preventive care is very is a huge opportunity. It is all about it's all about making your services available online, and like it happens in retail, reminders being sent to patients when their health checkup is due, a nudge, a notification, a call, whatever we as healthcare providers could do to inform them, to remind them whether to eat their medicines in time, whether to do their checkups in time, whether to even remind them of their diets. All of these are now basic expectations from the patients. There is a lot of work that will happen on profiling the patients, which is, again, I'm saying, is very popular in retail, right? And obviously usage of social media, because that's one place where we will definitely find most of the millennials. So if you're really engaged with our new age customers, new age patients, you better know how to use the social media effectively. So therefore, which is why I believe that this aspect of healthcare is going to be very prominent, very profound, when as we as healthcare providers start investing in technology and looking at the transformation. All this, I thought, based on the subject on how do you move, and with the 30-minute slot, I couldn't have done more, but then I thought I'll cover up the specific areas where technology is going to play and how it's going to play a role. And to conclude, this happens to be my last slide, is that all of this will continue to happen provided we continue to invest and continue to have focus. And the key drivers in this journey is going to be that increase in the number of devices that get connected. You're only going to have more and more devices that's going to get connected. There are the Internet of Medical Things, as we call it. There's going to be a lot of ideas that come up in the form of chips and remote care devices that's going to be out there. There is already a lot of advances in technology around AI, image analytics, genome sequencing, you name it. But there is going to be much more. Every day we're going to listen to new things that's going to be out there for us to consider. There are a lot of ideas, a lot of brilliant ideas out there. 5G, that's going to be a big game changer, because even this presentation that I'm doing to you across the seas, there is nothing called buffering. There'll be nothing called offline anymore. And like they say, the healthcare has left the building. Yes, perhaps it has. So the only reason why a patient will need to visit the hospital will be for a chronic illness or for that emergency care for which he has to rush to the hospital. For everything else, he'll rather stay at home and use one of those devices that you have in your hand, and just get the service. Either the doctor will visit him, or the doctor will consult him online, and he will have he will have the required attention. So it is going to be a big difference. Even in the cases where a patient will have to walk into the hospital, I believe majority of the pre-hospital exercises, or everything that needs about filling the forms, about insurance eligibility checks, I don't know, everything could be finished even before the patient walks into the hospital. Innovations around obviously AR, VR will take a lot of prominence. Blockchain, I believe there's enough been said about blockchain, and when the moment you hear about blockchain, people think about bitcoins, and that's the sad part. But then blockchain as a technology, I believe, has a big role to play in the interoperability space. I also believe that this is my own view, that there is a need to relook at some of the regulatory guidelines that we have in place, where most of the countries have decided to hold the patient data within the geographical limits. The pandemic has shown us that it could be any of us who could be stuck in any part of the country, and if your data, your own health data, is not available to a doctor in that country, isn't it going to be seriously bad that somebody is not able to treat you because your data is not with you, and your data is sitting in the country that you belong to, and the country has got a regulation that stops the data from being exposed. So I believe there's a lot of work that will happen in the space, and blockchain can again play a big role to give the confidence and the trust to the patient, the regulatory authorities, and the countries at large, that the data is safe even when at rest or while transmitting, because it's been kept in a blockchain technology. So it's why I believe the blockchain technology is definitely going to play a big role to bring in interoperability across geographies. But then no amount of money, no amount of ideas, no amount of geniuses can really help you all complete your transformation well, until you go and talk to your people, until you invest in your people, until you have people educated, people trained, people rewarded to know the benefits of this change, right? So I believe if I were to simply write the key three aspects of that would really drive digital transformation, I would have said people, and people, right? Just like you say people, process, technology, a people aspect, and the fact that you have to work with, like I started off saying, clinicians, your own key stakeholders, your employees, and each one of them should understand that this is a change that is going to do a great deal of benefit for them. Each one of them have to get the what's in it for them clear. And therefore, I believe that's the most important driver in this journey. I hope it's been a useful last 30 minutes that you spent with me. It's been my pleasure and my privilege to be able to speak with all of you. And I take this opportunity to thank you all and the organizers for inviting me. This is a huge subject. This is a large subject. We can go on speaking in each of these slides forever. And I would love to be in touch with all of you. And you can reach me on my email ID at vineet.p@astridiumhealthcare.com, or please send in your invites or LinkedIn connects to me, and I'll be happy to be in touch.
And thank you to Vineet for that fascinating insight. Healthcare has left the building. What an interesting thought to imagine that the times that you need to visit a hospital or a practitioner will be for emergencies and critical care, because the service will be coming to you. That's the future. So thank you to Vineeth. He mentioned there that you can get in touch with him via his email. Of course, if you want to use our hashtag Africa Health Week, you may well pick up people there as well. Certainly on LinkedIn, Facebook and Twitter is a great way to connect. And Future Health is the @FutureHealthIn, INN is the Twitter username if you want to contact us there. So Vineeth has left the building now, and we're going to move on. So our next presentation is all about scaling digital health innovations across Africa. And to make the presentation is someone who's a healthcare technical advisor for Mott MacDonald. They're a global development, management and engineering consultancy. And who better to give us an insight than Yara Abulwafa?
Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining the session today. I'm Yara Abulwafa from Mott MacDonald Global Development Management and Engineering Consultancy. We're also part of UKAIMA National Membership Organization. Briefly in this session, I'll go through what is scaling up in the context of digital health, what's the current global situation, and just a case study that we've worked on to bring the narrative to life with some real examples. So scaling up is a hot topic. The development organizations are talking about scaling up, the tech industry is focused on scaling up, and one of the most important criteria to invest in a startup is its scalability. But what does really scaling up means? So there isn't a universal definition on scale. Some definitions focus on replication or adaptation of the processes, accelerated growth, geographical expansion, or scaling impact to match the level of the need. In the context of digital health, this is the definition that I like or kind of follow most, which is basically how can we get 100x of the impact with only 10x change in the size of the organization. And this is a definition I like most because if we want to achieve universal health coverage and the SDGs agenda by 2030, it's important to understand that it's impossible to do it using traditional solutions due to budget constraints, workforce limitations. We need to be thinking of solutions that can scale efficiently without the exponential increase in resources. So in that sense, scaling up is really important because investment in innovation, as shown in this graph here, only yields impact if an organization is able to master the scaling part of the process. So with a greater ability to scale interventions efficiently, we can start maximizing the return on investment. But given the intensity of the healthcare challenges that the world is facing today, funders from governments, international organizations, private sector, basically everyone has been trying to discover proven solutions that can be implemented quickly. And this is inspired by the technological advancements that we see in the world around us and the successes of the technology giants like Uber, Facebook, Airbnb, Instagram, and the likes that have scaled massively all across the world in a span of less than 10 years. So many of the founders are now trying to look for the next big thing in healthcare. And you hear a lot of innovators branding themselves as we're now the Uber of healthcare. But the thing is that unfortunately there is a tremendous gap between the expectations of the funders and the reality that innovators and change makers are making on the ground. So the resources, the ecosystem, prospects for growth at a company like Facebook or Uber are completely and vastly different than those available for those who work on, like, for example, a telemedicine solution to connect remote populations. So now we kind of stand at the crossroad. There is a lot of early stage ideas and successful pilots, but very, very few interventions have made it to a considerable scale that could really affect and impact at a large scale. And with that, a lot of organizations, a lot of researchers, universities has been looking at frameworks and guidance to develop digital health innovations and to scale innovations. Mostly what is present in the literature focus on social innovation rather than digital health specifically. The guidance includes like the principles for digital development, the strategy to scale innovation by UNDP, the global public goods. Most of these frameworks are trying to bridge the gap between the successful pilots and how can you implement at a scale to basically have the impact that is needed. And when we look around the world, there are actually a lot of successful digital health innovations that has scaled massively and is impacting a lot of people. So we look, for example, at the Be Healthy Be Mobile program, which is a multi-stakeholder program that is initiated by the WHO and the International Telecommunication Union and different governments and private sector partners, I think around 2012 or 2013, and still ongoing, which looks at providing guidance on implementing mobile health technologies at a national scale. And there's also like the flagship project in Rwanda, Zipline, that has been funded by UPS and by Gavi, working with Zipline, which is like a drone delivery startup company to deliver medical supplies to hard-to-reach health clinics. It started in Rwanda, and I believe it's now also scaling to Ghana. And Rwanda is really a beam of light now, and they also have a partnership with Babylon Health, which is a British health tech company. And the partnership included between Babylon Health and Rwanda government to use tools to analyze symptoms to determine the appropriate action that can connect patients to clinicians over the phone and can also help the staff within the health centers to prioritize the most urgent cases. But in reality, there is actually a lot of successful cases that we've touched upon. The reality is it is actually extremely complex. And if there is one thing that we've learned through the years working in scaling up digital health solutions is that there isn't really a silver bullet to develop and scale digital health. Broadly, I think there are three interlinked but moving parts to the equation to look at when we start thinking about how do we scale digital health solutions. First, is there a demand for the solution? Because there is usually an assumption that a need for a certain solution means demand, which is not the case. Investments go into building a solution on an assumption that people will automatically use it, which is almost never the case. Usually, one would need to factor in building a demand generation strategy, and that takes a lot of time. Another thing is the type of the digital health solution we're looking at. What does scale mean for this specific solution? Relevant scale differs dramatically by the type of the digital product or service. So a health information management system is very different when you think about its scale than a medication adherence or a remote monitoring program. And another thing would be looking at the route to scale. So the route to scale would differ a lot based on the type of product. If it is a national birth registry, that possibly the only route to scale would be through the public health system, But if it is a wellness app to improve physical activity, it could potentially be scaled maybe through employers. But to be able to scale digital health solutions to its full impact, it needs to be institutionalized within the current healthcare system and moves from an innovation to a business as usual. So understanding how the healthcare system looks is critical. How is the service provision organized? Is it through public healthcare facilities? Is it a private? Is it a mixed model? And then who is paying for the services? Is it a private pay, public budget? Is it private health insurance, social insurance, or a national health system? So between those two critical parts that we need to look at when considering scaling, both the digital health solution and the health system, they lie within the grander innovation ecosystem. The ecosystem for scaling looks beyond the digital health innovation itself and at the different actors within the innovation ecosystem involved or impacted by the innovation process. Broadly, this is how an innovation ecosystem for digital health would look like. It would include pharma, it would include service providers, it includes tech companies, it includes funders, investors, banks, it includes the government, the regulatory agency, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education, it includes the universities, the R&D, and it would also include the innovation support ecosystem, so accelerators, incubators, competitions, and so on. So understanding how the broader ecosystem functions and understanding if this transformation that is happening in the market, is it government-led, is it market-led, or a response to a certain need, would help in understanding the elements and relationships and conditions that would either enable or impede scalability. Scaling would depend on different things. It would depend on favorable government regulations, availability of sources of investment, but it would most importantly be dependent on an ecosystem where relations and trusts are cultivated between different stakeholders. Through the past years, we worked recently to evaluate scaling of different digital health projects in Africa. And one of the very interesting projects that we looked at was the Better Immunization Data Initiative in Tanzania. It's funded by the Gates Foundation. And the program looked at improving the quality and use of data for more effective immunization programs. So between 2013 and 2018, the program looked at rolling out immunization registry, data use interventions, and stock management solutions. Within the 5 years of the program, rolled out the package to more than 1,000 health facilities, and almost 500,000 children have been registered into the EIR. Yet, by the end of the program, there had not really been a full transition from paper-based to electronic immunization reporting. Currently, the electronic system runs alongside the paper-based legacy system due to infrastructure challenges, but also a variety of different issues. It kind of took time to adapt the current solution to the operational context of the health facilities in Tanzania, such as like building an offline functionality and operating within the current data bundle allowance. But generally, looking at the Better Immunization Data Initiative and other digitalization initiatives in low and middle income countries, there are a few lessons learned that emerge from that. So I think there is a bit of a technical issue moving the slides. Here we are. So first and foremost, understanding the lessons learned from this initiative and also from other initiatives, we see that there are some themes that emerged that needs to be considered when you're thinking about scaling a solution through private to public sector at a national scale. First and foremost, it's understanding from the very beginning the user needs, and not only the user needs, but the institutional and the governance setup of the environment, and factoring in the time needed to adapt and iterate the process, and also to bring on board the frontline health workers, which means being realistic about the cost of capital that is needed and the recurrent cost for the operations. But most importantly, the service or the products needs to contribute to the long-term national strategic vision of the context that we're working in. Finally, I think that there is no silver bullet to scale digital health solutions, but it will always depend on the context. It will depend on, as a recap, on which digital health product or service are we talking about. It will depend on the health system that you're working within, public, private, or mixed, and it will depend on the whole innovation ecosystem, considering different factors like regulations, policies, investments, and the like. Well, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and looking forward to your questions. Have a good day.
And here is Yara now, joins us for your questions. Thanks for that presentation. It's a huge challenge, but there's lots of optimism, Yara, with the future.
Definitely. Hi, Dave. Hi, everyone who are listening to us. Yeah, I see massive challenges still in healthcare, but opportunity is there, and we're looking forward to it.
You mentioned there in one of your case studies, where perhaps two systems are working together, the tech system, the digital system, and maybe the paper-based system. Quite a lot of people have some anxieties around tech, don't they, for various reasons, whether it's, because they're elderly and they don't quite understand it, or they don't trust it, or they're worried about their data. How would you overcome those anxieties and get more people moving towards the tech solution?
I think there are two things here. So within the case study, can you hear me well, Dave?
Yes, we can. We can hear you very well.
So within the case study, we were talking about a health institution that was trying to roll out electronic immunization records. So they were trying to put it in all the health facilities within the system. However, due to different issues, so some facilities did not have internet, some facilities, the workforce was not really qualified enough. So it ended up having two parallel systems together, like the paper-based, which was the original system, and the new one. While this is a degree of success, yet understanding like the whole complexities around rolling out a national program for digitalization has much more complexities than the mere technology itself. But on the other side, on the question that you're asking, a lot of people are having anxieties or like tension around like moving towards the digital, a more digitalized system. And I think the main concept of digital is that it needs to be human-centered, and to roll out a proper digitalization program, it needs to be inclusive, specifically in healthcare. So if you're within countries that has much more older population, the tech needs to incorporate a user-centered design, which helps much older people to be able to use it seamlessly. And I think this is a big issue now, talking about how do you make tech inclusive for everyone and not leave anyone behind.
Yeah, and I guess that it's not just about raising awareness that the tech is available and perhaps encouraging people to move to the tech. I mean, in some cases, the old systems are phased out anyway, and all you're left with is the new system, and you've still got the fear. And perhaps there needs to be some training, do you think? I'm thinking of that older population who might say, well, I just don't know how to, download the app or log on? How do we overcome those challenges?
But also, it depends on who are we focusing on. Is it like the end user, so like the patient or the customer, or is it like the health worker user? Because these are two different users with very, very different profiles. From my point of view, the main concept is that the tech needs to be beneficial. Most of the problems that happened earlier, because the tech was so complex that it was adding double burden on the health workers to be able to do their job. So now, like, I have the paper reports that I have to write it down, and then I have the online platform that I need to log everything in. So it kind of creates a burden. And within most of the programs that I worked on, I think most people are reasonable. If it's beneficial to them, if it makes it easier for them, they're willing to put in the effort. But there's also another side of empowerment. Most of what is blocking people is the fear that they won't be able to use it. So this kind of needs some encouragement and empowerment, and also some time for adaptation, knowing that if you put in a program now, not everyone is going to use it. People are going to have time, even like with like the Microsoft Teams, when like the whole companies moved from Skype to Teams, it needed like some time for learning, and this needs to be factored in.
And people need to be convinced when they say, well, actually, the other system was working perfectly well. Why do we need to change? So I guess that we need to convince and say to people it's a better system not because it's cheaper or because, it needs to be smoother and better. And presumably, Yara, we need to get feedback from those users, whether they're the end user, which is the public, or it's the person within the health service provider. If we're not getting feedback from them, then how will we know whether it's being accepted and whether it's working?
Yeah, and that's the first principle of like the design thinking. Empathy, trying to understand what the user wants, and having iterative cycles of development. So you develop it and then get feedback and then redevelop it again. But most institutions are kind of stressed with time, and they think if they can think of the perfect program and the perfect tech and just like force it on people. It never works.
No,
it's involved from the very first day.
I think there's probably an opportunity to manage control groups and get feedback that way. And you and I have probably filled in a form, whether that's online or in paper, or used a service and thought, well, I could do a better job of this. And often it's these people that provide them are too close to the action, aren't they? Sometimes that they don't see the wood for the trees, as we say sometimes. Yeah.
Agreed.
So you mentioned it's complex. We're hopeful, and there's already great examples of this working in practice. But surely in communities, in countries, across continents and across the globe, this needs some kind of coordination. Who's going to provide the coordination? Is that something for world leaders? Is it for the World Health Authority or the World Health Organization to coordinate?
Okay, so that's very... let's see where to start. So you have the healthcare system in itself. It traditionally used to be extremely segregated. So you have the hospitals on its own, the labs on its own, the dentistry on its own, like so many stakeholders only within a healthcare system of one country. The regulators alone, the payers alone. It was so fragmented. What happened, for example, and this is was a massive case in the US, is that the government said, okay, we'll provide hospitals with like incentives to start digitalizing. And then each hospital started having a different digital platform that are not interoperable. And now the US are trying to recreate this whole program. So I think the first layer of it is the different stakeholders within one health system. But then going beyond one health system, trying to organize a digital transformation in Africa, you have now not only the WHO, but a different of donors coming together, and now they have what they call like the donor alignment principles, trying to put together some principles on how do you start like the digital transformation space, what do they invest in, what they don't invest in, what are the priorities for each year, so that you can have like an alignment for investments and not repetition, and also things or products that can scale between one country to another. So and DHIS, which is like the health information system, it's a massive success case, like an open source platform that can be used across multiple countries.
And people, I mean, you talked about motivations there and incentives, but people, and it is down to people at the end of the day, whoever's representing the company or the government or the authority, come with their own agenda. And that requires real skill, doesn't it, on the behalf of the person that's trying to facilitate that discussion and that progress, is to make sure that everybody gets something in return, because some will come with, we want to save money. Some will say we want to make money. Some will say all we're interested in is patient health. Some will say, no, we want to smooth the system. And that's a huge challenge. What's happening in that circle? You mentioned a couple of bodies there that are taking responsibility, but what else is being done?
I think, so that's the complication of rolling out a transformation of any sort, let it be digital or not digital. So when you're rolling out a massive transformation that is affecting everyone, it's affecting governments, it's affecting budgets, it's affecting the private sectors, investors, everyone. I think the key point here is the transformation is going to need time to align. The ideal is to have win-win scenarios, because if you have one party that is insisting on a certain scenario that is not beneficial, it doesn't work. And that's the challenge and the beauty also of being digital, is that you cannot do things on your own anymore. You kind of need different parties on the table if you want to reach your ultimate goal. Brilliant.
And obviously the whole thing is about not just implementation, but scaling, which is the biggest challenge. And on your wonderful graph, you've got the graphic boom, which is, that tipping point, isn't it, where things just take off, and as you mentioned, you see it with platforms like Facebook and some boom and then quickly bust. How far away are we from boom?
Also one big challenge. So in the past 10-15 years, you had most international organizations and governments really focused in investing in innovation. But you have different stages of innovation. You have prototype, you have idea, prototype, early stage, or medium stage, and then you have a scale up. So scale up would be something with the size of Facebook and Uber. We're still, Uber, for example, the investors have invested $8 billion so that you have Uber with the size of Uber now. If you want to have a scale up of that size in digital health, then what are the numbers that we are willing to put as like a health system stakeholders? Is there that much commitment or that enough commitment to invest that amount of money? But also, is it wise to do that in one specific thing? So there is one challenge in investment when it comes to scaling up. But also, things are not easily replicable when it comes to healthcare, because of all the complexities that I was talking about within the presentation. And the other thing is that investment in early stage innovation is much more exciting than really trying to scale them up. Like the early phases is much more exciting. And so now we're thinking about, okay, exciting part is done. How can we move the pilots into scale-ups?
And I guess that begs the question as well, there must be lots of practices out there, some good, some not so good. Do we have to improve best practice, particularly in low-income countries, to make sure that innovation goes to the next stage and then is then scaled?
Yeah. So I think one of the most important things is investments and fundings. And this is a big area where the scaling up doesn't really have much investment and funding, but also thinking about which innovations do you choose from the very beginning. So understanding how are you going to have a sustainable model. If you're thinking private sector, from the very beginning, before you get an investment, if you don't show revenue, if you don't show sustainability, you don't get investments. The situation with the international donors, which is working within like most Africa to fund digital transformation, it's a bit different. Not really focusing, or they need to focus on like business model and sustainability from the very beginning, and how this initiative is gonna have revenues and sustain itself for the long term.
And I guess some of the best ideas are coming from those people who are disruptors. You know, you mentioned Uber, you mentioned Airbnb. Someone sat down, didn't they, and said, you know what, there's got to be a better way of being able to get a taxi. Wouldn't it be great if a taxi could be tracked on my phone? Wouldn't it be great if that taxi then would take the money out of my account rather than me carrying cash? Someone disrupted what we would normally accept as the norm. And I'm guessing that's the same in healthcare.
Definitely. Within the private sector, within the low middle income countries, high income, there are massive innovations that are happening, very interesting, not only using technology, but really rethinking how do we access healthcare and what do we also expect from healthcare.
Yara, I could speak to you all day. You know, the level of interest and the questions, it's fascinating. The future, I think, looks exciting and bright. We have to be patient to get there. Be interesting if you and I were having this conversation in another 5 or 10 years and where we'd progress. But I suspect with people like you on board, we're in safe hands. Yara, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your presentation and for answering our questions today. Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you to Yara there. And if you want to catch up with her presentation, you can watch it again on the Future Health YouTube channel. If you want to use the hashtag as well, Africa Health Week is where we are this week. If you use the hashtag either on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, any of the social media platforms, you'll be able to pick up the conversation and see where we're heading. Remember, this is all about sharing best practice, innovation. It's about challenging ideas. It's about coming together with the idea that we're pulling together a healthcare community across the globe, that we can all have the same vision of improving healthcare and healthcare services. So that's what we're all about. That's what the series is all about. As I mentioned earlier, we've already had this event in the UK, in the Arab world, and we'll be moving to the USA and beyond in the future. But for now, we are in Africa Health Week, and there's plenty coming up this afternoon and across the next couple of days. We're going to take a break now for your lunch. We'll be back here in around about an hour's time, so join us then. But remember, you can use the platform to chat, to network. And of course, when we come back, you'll be able to see some more speakers and presentations, and you'll be able to ask your questions. So for now, we'll take a little break and we'll see you again shortly. Welcome back to Africa Health Week. I'm Dave Sharp, your host and moderator for the event. We've already had a fascinating program so far of presentations and speakers today. Remember, if you missed them, you can watch them again on YouTube, on the Future Health YouTube channel. All of the presentations will be there. And if you want to catch up with those, they'll be there for you to view later on. And we've got plenty coming up. I'll go to that very shortly. But just to let you know a little bit more about this platform, it's the perfect place, not just to watch our presentations, of course, but to ask questions of the presenters. You'll see the little Q&A box there. All you have to do there is type your question in, and we'll analyse those and we'll ask them of our presenters. If there's one you particularly like the look of, you can nudge it up by voting on that question. If you just want to chat with each other, of course, there's a chat facility as well and a networking room. There's so much that the platform offers. And of course, the whole driver behind this is that we can share best practice, we can innovate, we can learn from each other, we can challenge each other, of course, with the idea that we'll pull together a global community of healthcare professionals, all focused on a goal of improving health and well-being for us all. And who doesn't want that, particularly after what's been happening in the world? If you want to follow us, of course, on Twitter or on Facebook or on LinkedIn, we're using the hashtag Africa Health Week and also Future Health. So if either of those hashtags are on there, you can follow them, pick up, maybe chat online as well through social media. So as I mentioned, there's plenty coming up. Let's take a little look at the rest of today's programme. Shortly, we'll be hearing from Professor Rotimi Jayasamy, and he'll be talking about legal frameworks. We'll go into that in some detail. And then Kwasi Burhen will be joining us. He'll be looking at the role of mobile technology in health financing and delivery. So plenty to look forward to, not just today, but over the next couple of days as we focus on Africa. Of course, this is going out across the globe. And we've got other events coming up for you soon as well in the USA and beyond. So plenty to look forward to in our profession. So I mentioned there our next speaker, who is Professor Rotimi Jayasamy. He's going to be talking about the legal frameworks that drive the implementation of sustainable development goals. He is a visiting professor of the University of Ibadan. He's also an obstetrician and a gynecologist and an NHS patient safety specialist. A multi-talented person, an interesting person too, and we'll be asking questions afterwards. But first, let's hear from him now.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you may be in this part of the world. In the evening, it's about 5 o'clock in the United Kingdom. I am Professor Rotimi Jayasamy, Associate Medical Director for Patient Safety, as well as an obstetrician and gynecologist in the United Kingdom. In addition to that, a National Health Service patient safety specialist and a visiting professor in law at the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. I would like to thank the organizers of the Africa Health Week series for inviting me to this conference, and I will be sharing my thoughts with you. I have no disclosure, no conflict of interest, and all I say today are my views and not the views of my employers or any of the universities I work with. The title of my talk today is The Law as a Driver for the Achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And the essence of this topic is a topical issue that is meant to transform the world we live in. It's the precursor, the Millennium Development Goals that started in the year 2000, the millennium, and ended in 2015, did fail, especially in low to medium income countries. To a large extent, the failure was due to the lack of political will. And after the Millennium Development Goals came the Sustainable Development Goals, a United Nations resolution. Now, while the Millennium Development Goals targeted development countries, the Sustainable Development Goals apply to all countries. And though it's a United Nations resolution, the Sustainable Development Goals are nationally owned and country-led. So in essence, each country has the freedom to establish its own national framework to attain the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the freedom of each country, and taking into consideration issues such as resources, prioritization of tasks to be done within governments or in countries, the implementation skills of personnel, and the political will are recipes that are varying levels in different countries and likely to result in varying levels of achievement of these goals in different countries as well. So there is a great potential that many countries may not achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the outline of my talk really is to look at what the goals are, what the objectives of the goals are, the legal framework that supports it, if any, the international and national perspectives of the Sustainable Development Goals, and the law, if applicable, as a driver to achieve these goals. And we will come to a conclusion. So, the Sustainable Development Goals are a United Nations initiative developed as a follow-on to the Millennium Development Goals that ended in 2015. The Sustainable Development Goals are made up of 17 global goals with 169 targets that cover a broad range of sustainable development issues. Officially, it is known as Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This picture shows you the 17 goals, and I will take time to take us through, just by nomenclature, what the 17 goals are. The first goal talks of no poverty in any nation. The second goal is about zero hunger in any country in the world. The third goal is about good health and well-being. The fourth goal is about quality education. Goal number 5 is about gender equality, while goal number 6 is about the provision of clean water and sanitation. The SDG goal number 7 is applicable to clean energy, the use of affordable and clean energy globally. Number 8 is decent work and economic growth within nations. Goal number 9 is about industry and manufacturing, while goal number 10 is about reducing inequalities in society. The SDG goal number 11 is about sustainable cities and communities, while goal number 12 is about responsible consumption and production. Goal number 13 is about climate action, which borders on the climate change. And goal number 14 is about life under the water, that is in the sea. While goal number 15 is about life on land. And goal number 16 is about peace, justice, and strong institutions in nations. While the overarching goal number 17, is partnership for the goals. So those are essentially the 17 goals. Now, like I said, what I intend to do is to look at the legal framework, if there's any, that will help us achieve these goals. Now, the legalities are this. The Sustainable Development Goals build on the principles agreed upon under United Nations Resolution ARES 66-288, and it is popularly known as the Future We Want. This was a document that was released as a result of the Rio 20+ conference held in 2012. One would expect UN resolutions to command compliance, but is that the case? However, Articles 10 and 14 of the United Nations Charter, refer to General Assembly resolutions as recommendations. So in effect, a United Nations resolution is a broad intergovernmental agreement, non-binding on member states, as there is no formal legal obligation for the member states to implement. And that is one of the key things I would like you to note. There is no formal legal obligation for the member states to implement any of these goals if they choose not to do so. However, the International Court of Justice has stressed that General Assembly resolutions are of a recommendatory nature. Again, just to buttress the fact that they are not legal binding. So effectively, the General Assembly has no real coercive authority, and it has no legal authority either. So this makes the importance given to the achievement of the goals subject to political commitment or the will of whatever government that is in power, or depending on the priority and resources available to these countries. So we'll be looking at the international and national perspective of the SDGs. Now, the starting point for different countries. Remember that I said the SDG goals applies to all nations in the world. And we have rich countries, we have poor countries, low to medium income countries. And the starting point differs for every country. The social awareness, the literacy rates also varies. The differences in the form of governance and government style also varies. Then the gross domestic product of countries, which determines the affordability of many of these goals, also varies. And again, the big P, the political will or commitment varies. These differences create stumbling blocks to the success of the resolution that no one should be left behind if we achieve the SDG goals. So now that we know that the United Nations resolution that set up the Sustainable Development Goals is not legal binding, then governments can do whatever they want to do. And just like the Millennium Development Goal that was not successful, we may come to a situation come 2030 that we will also now be talking about that all the SDG goals were not achieved. And that is why I want to see if there's any way that we can use the existing law to drive the achievement or attainment of the goals. Now, if we look at this slide, it's a busy slide, and most of them come from nations and from the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Then CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Remember that one of the goals is gender equality. CRPD stands for Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And it goes on and on like that. On the right column, you have the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And the last bullet point, the CRC, is a Convention on the Rights of the Child. So these are existing laws. And I want to just look at a few of them to see if we can use them to drive the achievement of the SDG goals. So the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is an international document adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, and it enshrines the rights and freedoms of all human beings. It was accepted by the General Assembly as Resolution 217 in 1948. So it's been in existence for a long time. ICESCR is an international human rights treaty adopted in 1966, and it's designed to ensure the enjoyment of economic, social, and cultural rights. That includes the right to education, fair and just conditions of work, an adequate standard of living, the highest possible standard of health, and social security. So many of these resolutions and treaties exist, but the sad thing is that they are not legally binding. ICERD stands for International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. And it's a convention. It's not a legally binding treaty or resolution. I think I have gone over this, so I will leave it. I will exclude that. It's just to show us that there are existing treaties, agreements from the United Nations, from various organizations that one could use. So can we use existing international laws to drive the SDG goals? And I want to take our attention to the International Human Rights Law that lays down obligations which states are bound to respect. And by becoming parties to international treaties, states assume obligations and duties under international law to respect, to protect, and to fulfill human rights. We also have the Paris Agreement, which is an agreement within the United Nations Framework Convention on climate change. And I'm sure we all hear about climate change now. It's about climate change mitigation, adaptation, and how you're going to finance this particular one. And this was signed not too long ago in 2016. Now, UN resolutions, like I said, are resolutions. They are passed by the General Assembly or the Security Council. A declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, like I said, has been in existence for a long time. And that is a strong tool that one can use to drive the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals in each country, if that law is put in place or if it is called to play. Sorry, I had an issue there with my cursor. International human rights, the Declaration of Human Rights. There's the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Then you have the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. When you look at all of this, it has impact on all the 17 goals. Now the question is, can we use any of this? Because in the absence of legal treaties or legal framework, then we are at risk of not realizing the Sustainable Development Goals. So I want to put it to us that we can use the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I do not intend to go through the 17 goals, but I'm just going to pick 2 out of them. And the very first one that says no poverty, it says by the year 2030, we should have eradicated extreme poverty for all people everywhere, currently measured as people living on less than $1.25 a day. Article 22 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says this: everyone as a member of society has the right to social security and is entitled to realization through national effort and international cooperation, and in accordance with the organization and resources of each state, of the economic, social, and cultural rights indispensable for his dignity and the free development of his personality. That is one article of the rights that one can apply to try and push forward the need to achieve the SDG Goal 1. Now, the General Assembly Resolution 2200 of 1966 reads as follows. It says parties to the present covenant, and this has to do with economic, social, and cultural rights. And it says, considering that in accordance with the principles proclaimed in the Charter of the United Nations, recognition of the inherent dignity and of equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. And you may recall that peace, justice are one of the 17 development goals. Again, this recognizes that these rights derive from inherent dignity of the human person, the right to enjoy freedom from fear, persecution, war, and it goes on to say where everyone may enjoy their economic, social, and cultural rights, as well as civil and political rights. The International Convention goes on to state that realizing that the individual, having duties to other individuals and to the community to which he belongs, is under a responsibility to strive for the promotion and observance of the rights recognized in the present covenant. Now, this may look like a very busy slide, and this is just looking at goal number 1. And like I said, there are 169 targets, and the second column there shows us the targets in bullet points. 1.1 that says by 2030 eradicate extreme poverty where no one is living on less than $1.25 a day, and the indicators proportion of the population below international poverty line by sex, age, employment status, and geographical location, whether urban or rural. And the instrument that we can use to drive this, which is the third column, and by the way they've been written in acronyms or abbreviated forms, which I have tried to explain and will not do so. And the extreme column tells us the article we can use to drive the achievement or attainment of the Sustainable Development Goal. Now, this is dear to my heart, which because it's about health. And I believe that achieving good health and well-being is central to all these 17 goals. Without good health, you won't have the manpower to drive the economy. You won't have the manpower to do anything. So human health is important. And I say it's central to the attainment of these goals. And again, as you can see, the targets are there. The instruments that one can use to drive it are there. It tells us the article numbers and the description. The references are available if required. It's a busy slide. Again, it's just to show that, yes, there are laws within what we have that we can put forward to government or use to challenge governments that are not working hard enough or putting in framework to achieve the SDG goals. I did talk about climate change, and I said this is a very topical issue, still very much so because of climate change, global warming. And we know what happened during the last presidential elections in America. It was a topical issue. It's still a topical issue in Europe and globally. And what it says is to address climate change, all countries agree to work to limit global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees Celsius, and given the grave risk, to strive for a 1.5 degrees Celsius. That is, if we can get to 1.5, then we're doing very well. The agreement came into force in November 2016, and what it says, it's an agreement, but countries are being encouraged to abide by them. And these are the things one can put forward to nations to say, well, there's this agreement that, yes, you did sign into it. Yes, we know it may not be legally binding, but we know what the effect of climate or global warming has on human life, on life under the sea, and life on the land. And putting this to governments, and like I said, where the political will exists, then most countries will accede to undertaking the goal. Now, so though General Assembly resolutions may not be legally binding, they may become powerful agents of change if applied with zeal. Because Resolution 217 on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights offers us the best case of how the General Assembly resolution can be used to reinforce norms or rules of customary law. And although it's not legally binding, it has had unquantifiable influence on national constitutions, treaties, or international laws since it was established in 1948. And I will show you some examples later on. The 1961 resolution on the peaceful use of outer space was formally reasserted 2 years later, in a General Assembly Declaration on Legal Principles governing the activities of countries in the exploration and use of outer space. So what this shows is that selected resolutions may become generally acceptable principles of law. And these are legal cases. Some judicial courts have given way to General Assembly resolutions by using them as a reference, proof, or as a substitute for international customary law. And in Texaco Overseas Petroleum Company versus Libyan Arab Republic, the arbitrator relied on the support of the General Assembly Resolution 1803 to settle the dispute. The United States Court of Appeal in 1980 accorded significant weight to the United Nations General Assembly resolutions in the case of Filatiga versus Pena Irala to prove that no country can claim the right to torture its citizens. The court referred to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, General Assembly Resolution 217, as well as General Assembly Resolution 2625 and 3452. So from what I have said, you will find out that yes, at the outset, I said the General Assembly resolutions are not legally binding. But what we have seen happen in reality is that a number of people have taken issues to the legal courts, and the legal courts have used the resolution to push forward issues that were before the courts. And that is why I believe that there is, in spite of the non-legal binding nature of the resolution, it can be used more so on human rights basis to drive the sustainable development goals. So I'm coming to an end shortly. The Sustainable Development Goals aim to transform our world by addressing a broad range of sustainable development issues, ending poverty, ending hunger, improving our health, improving the literacy rate, education, making our cities, the cities in which we live in, sustainable, combating climate change, protecting the oceans and the forests. I'm sure most of us would have heard about the plastics that are seen in the oceans that the fish eat and they all get ill. And this affects the food chain. I mean, this is what we as human beings rely on to eat. But we are again contaminating the world by what we do. So though the resolution is legally non-binding, there are existing laws that could be used to drive the implementation of the goals. I would say knowledge is power. So the legal community, social scientists, educationists, advocates for a transformed world must join hands to convince politicians of the need to enact policies and strategies for the implementation and delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals at international, regional, and national levels. To limit ourselves to the legal status of the General Assembly resolutions would only give us a narrow view when assessing the impact of these resolutions. So no new laws are required. We must use the existing legal framework to drive the Sustainable Development Goals. Where necessary, we will have to make recourse to the law court and test it. And like I have shown you in those two cases, the courts upheld the resolution. So the human rights anchor all 17 goals and the 169 targets. We are in 2021. 2030 is less than 9 years away. Human Rights Declaration can be and should be used to press governments to take bold steps towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The goals are not hard to achieve if the will is there. And I mean, like I said, the goals can not be addressed in silos as there are interdependence between all the 17 goals. So there's need for a proper grasp of implementation science to be put in place in terms of policies, processes, to address the steps required to attain the 17 development goals. I know this is a health talk and this is a health week, and that is why I'm ending my slide or my presentation with SDG 3, just to reinforce again that at the heart of the 17 goals is we need a good populace, we need a good health workforce, and good well-being in society, so that we have people who can drive achieving these goals, so that we have people who enjoy the benefit of these 17 goals. So I've come to an end. That's the reference. What I have tried to do is to let us know that there are legal frameworks that we can apply, that we can encourage governments to use, that we as advocates can use to put pressure on governments to drive towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. I am not unmindful of the fact that, yes, there are low resource countries, but where there's the political will, where there is prioritization of the essential things, it is possible to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. Even if we do not sustain the 17, at least if we move closer to a reasonable number of these goals, then we would have done ourselves and humanity justice. Thank you for listening to me.
And I'm delighted to say that Professor Jayasimi joins us now. Lovely to see you. Fascinating insight. But I've got to say, Professor, on the face of it, quite overwhelming. Ambitious, but overwhelming. Would you agree?
Most definitely. Because we've got 17 goals that are not legally binding on any nations in the world. And what I have tried to do is to see how we can impress on governments globally to make efforts to attain these goals. There are no legal frameworks, so that's why it's a little bit complex. But I'm sure with the political will backed by the courts, we'll make a headway.
Yes, and you mentioned political will. Of course, some governments seem to drive their own agenda. Maybe most do, you would argue. So do you think that maybe this has to come from the people, from the grassroots upwards? Because quite often, and you mentioned there in your presentation, it's the ordinary person that suffers when these things aren't being addressed.
Yeah, that's correct. Part of the goals, I think it's goal number 4, that has to do with education and literacy. If the populace are not literate, then they don't know what the SDG stands for. They don't even know what their human rights are. So at times it's going to be very difficult to drive from the grassroots. And that's where the role of advocates come into this. Non-governmental organizations, if you want to call them SDG champions, should be the one impressing on governments that it is important that they pay attention to these goals.
And of course, these are bodies in some countries that you could perhaps subscribe to, you could join, you could get behind, you could feel like your voice is being heard, because quite often it's frustrating. You know, a lot of this is, you would think, is common sense. You know, it's the survival of the human race. It's the betterment of the human race. It seemed like common sense. So we shouldn't really be having the conversation, but we are. But with these people, we can empower them so that we can be heard, and then change will happen.
That's correct, yes. And I think the more we talk about it, so in conferences such as this, the more people will get to know about it, the more governments will get to know about it, and the more actions will be taken. Like I said, we've only got 9 years to 2030. So I think there's some degree of urgency to try and address these issues.
I mean, I was delighted to see that you threaded health through those 17. I think it's probably the common denominator. You very skillfully have done that, and we are in Africa Health Week after all. Maybe that's the motivator. We've seen, haven't we, in the last 18 months since the pandemic swept the world, how important health is. And if it underpins each of those 17 or the majority of them, then that should motivate people and governments and organisations.
I think that's the key message we've got to take away from this talk. When you look at the SDG 1, which is about no poverty, where there's poverty, you're going to have poor health. If you look at hunger, zero hunger, where people live below $1 a day, their health indices is going to be appalling. When you look at gender equality, or where females don't go to school, are not well looked after, there will be health issues. When you look at conflict results in refugees, and then you have independent or displaced camps. The health in those camps are, terrible. So this is why when you look at the 17 goals, health runs across most of them, if not all of them. And that is why in the Africa Health Week, it's important we're talking about these issues.
I mentioned there that it's a challenge, it's overwhelming. It doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. Time is almost against us. You've mentioned 9 years, and the pandemic has probably meant that we've lost a year, maybe a year and a half on some of these things. If you were to, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit here, but if you were to prioritise, could you even choose your top 3 and say, well, if we achieve those, we'd be certainly a long way down the line to creating sustainability and making a better world?
Definitely the very first one I will pick is health. Most of the disease burden globally can be treated in primary care level. And if all governments can address that, then we'll be on the winning path. Secondly, I would probably say education is important. And then economic impact, creation of jobs so that there's enough money to send children to school, to put food on the table, to live in a decent house. And so that is important. I think when you have a healthy community, then you're going to have a healthy workforce, and then you'll be able to develop other things. You build your economy based on the human resources as well as natural resources you have.
We spoke there about the pandemic, and obviously that's in everyone's mind. And, the virus doesn't necessarily discriminate, although we know some people fall ill more easily than others. But when it comes to finding treatments and for the vaccine, then healthcare can discriminate. You mentioned poverty, you mentioned economic wealth. That can impact other parts of the world, and then you could say, well, I'm all right. I've had my 2 vaccines, but somebody in another country's had nothing. They've got no chance of that. Then there's, talk of viruses mutating. So it's in everyone's interest, isn't it, to come together on all of these 17?
Yes, it is in everyone's interest to come together for these 17 development goals. It is also in everyone's interest to ensure there's equity in the distribution of vaccines. Until everybody is vaccinated, no one is protected. What we currently see is the vaccine diplomacy, where even countries are hoarding, countries that have vaccinated most of their populace have a lot of stock, whereas there are other countries that don't have it. And we must not forget that the world is a small global village. Already we have variants coming in from other parts of the world into Western countries. And this is why it is important that as a human race, we address all these issues, including health, including managing and treating COVID-19. It has exposed the weakness within the health system.
You mentioned that the law can't necessarily be enforced, but there are legal frameworks. And I should imagine anybody watching this, and there will be plenty of people watching, would say, well, how do I know about what those frameworks are? You've highlighted some of them. How do I go about pushing for those legal frameworks to be implemented, to be made more robust? That's a big challenge.
It's a big challenge. And we as healthcare practitioners cannot do it alone. And this is where implementation science is important, as well as partnering with civil organizations, as well as legal authorities. I mean, the Human Rights Declaration is a big one that protects humanity from dignity, your right to good health, your right to this, and using that framework and taking it or testing it before the courts might press the hands of government to implement these goals. And I'm sure a number of countries have tried to do that. But I think as politicians, when you stand to serve the people, why do you wait for legal frameworks to push you to deliver the goods to the people? So that's where the political will. And I think maybe we should be carrying this message, education, to the politicians so they understand. I'm not saying they don't have an understanding, but so we can engage in a dialogue with them as to why it is important that they commit a significant amount of the budget to attacking the SDG goals.
I mentioned when you joined us your impressive CV, as we would call it, of achievements and roles that you play. I'm interested to know what your personal motivation is to address this subject.
I think it's more of humanity. The Millennium Development Goal was really targeted at the low to medium income countries, and it did not succeed. And now came 2015, came the SDG goals, which is supposed to be global, irrespective of whether you're rich or poor or low income to medium income. So it's about humanity. And without good health, they say health is wealth. And that is the driving force why I have done this. Yes, I have a slightly medical legal background, and I think maybe that's partly one of the driving forces. And again, I want to see a healthy nation globally. Let me give you the example of Rwanda. I admire that country for what they have achieved in such a short time. And that's because the political will is there. So if Rwanda can do it after the civil war they have, then there's no reason why most countries shouldn't be able to do it if the will is there.
And I think on that note, what a perfect way to sum up. It can be achieved, because I'm sure, like I said at the very top of this presentation, you know, it's overwhelming, it's a challenge. Some people would say we could never do it, the time is running out, but you've just highlighted there that things can be achieved. And with people like you driving us, then I have every faith and confidence that we should remain positive and hopeful. And I want to thank you for highlighting the issues and the challenges, and more importantly, giving us that hope and the fact that there are things that the individual, that organisations, that countries, that regions and the world indeed can do. It's a pleasure speaking to you today, Professor. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, and all the very best for the rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. There we are, Professor headlining there that very fascinating presentation, as have a lot of the presentations today been incredibly insightful. If you've missed any of them, I've mentioned this before, then you can watch again each individual presentation by going to the Future Health YouTube channel and just scrolling down to look at those. And if you missed any from today, or you think you might miss tomorrow or Wednesday, then you can go there. And indeed, as this is part of a series of events across the globe, we've already been in the UK and in the Arab world, then you can catch up on those as well. We'll be in the USA next, early in September. But we are coming now to our final presentation, our final speaker of the day, who's going to talk about the role of mobile technology in health financing and delivery. He is the director for the West Africa area at Farm Access, and joining us now is Dr. Kwasi Bohen. Good afternoon, and let's hear from Dr. Kwasi now.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the organizers for having me here. I'm going to share with you how mobile technology is transforming the financing and delivery of healthcare in Africa. But before we do that, set the discussion in a bit of context. So, you know, as you all know, or most of you will know, about 30% of the people in Africa has some sort of basic healthcare. So the struggle to provide healthcare to Africa has been going on since 1978, you know, when the World Health Organization brought the world together to look at how health can be financed and delivered. So, you know, they made some progress, but not much. And somewhere in the year 2000, we had the Millennium Development Goals, you know, which also set some ambitious targets for healthcare. And certainly with the Global Fund and the like coming in, considerable progress was made in the area of financing and delivering, you know, HIV/AIDS care, malaria, TB. You know, we brought mother-child care. We brought the mortality of women dying during pregnancy, and also children dying at the age of 5 down. But we still face with huge challenges. So 2012, around that time, there was also the need to have another global effort, and which is called universal health coverage. So universal health coverage is where the whole world comes together, you know, to also revive the effort to provide healthcare. So, you know, the world is not short of ambitions. The challenge, of course, has been how to finance the care and deliver it on a continuous basis. So just to give you a bit of context still, Africa consists of or account for 14% of the world population, but it has 21% of the disease burden. And this has got to do with the fact that all the efforts until now have not made much progress. You know, I'm not proud of reciting these statistics, but you know, they will help us to put our discussions into perspective and also see the progress that is being made. The challenge is that although it has 21% of the disease burden and 48% of communicable diseases, only 2% of the global health expenditure is made in Africa. And that obviously presents a major problem. What we see is that because not much money is spent on health, and you know, whether at the individual level or at the government level, the challenge is that only few people on the continent have access to health insurance. We all know that if any country wants to address the financing of care, it's important to have an inclusive financing mechanism, where you bring poor and rich people together, you bring rich and young people, you bring sick and wealthy people. The whole idea of bringing people together so that at the end of the day, you'll be able to mobilize resources and spread it across the various risks. We see that in Africa, that mechanism is lacking. So what this graph shows is that Rwanda leads when it comes to health insurance. Ghana has also done very well since 2003. Providing insurance to its citizens, and of course, the other countries follow. The irony is that the rich countries, relatively richer countries in Africa, they are not spending much on care, and you can certainly see that in these graphs. And of course, if this is the situation, then there will be some consequences. The most obvious consequence is that because people have limited access to care and they have limited means to pay for it, when they get ill, they have to pay this out of pocket. They have to use their limited resources that they have. And then you get into a situation where most people become poorer when they become ill. So what we have here are some, not fascinating statistics talking about the fact that when people get ill, they become poor. And globally, every year, about 100 million people become poorer when they have no access to care. And I think this is something that we all, rich, poor countries, governments, companies, organizations, we all have to work to address. But there is some hope. So unlike 1978, early 2000, when the world had the ambition to address healthcare, the world faced at that time some major challenges. If you're dealing with financing of care among poor people because they cannot pay for care and because they don't earn enough, you really need a mechanism where you can, if it's insurance, you can administer the insurance at a lower cost. And that means that you need technology. 2000 and somewhere in 1978, we didn't have that technology. Fortunately, from 2000 onwards, what we see is that technology, and particularly mobile technology, is booming in Africa. I don't think it will surprise you to hear that in Africa, 10% of the GDP transactions is through mobile payments, compared to 2% in Europe and the US, meaning that Africa actually is leapfrogging the world when it comes to mobile technology. Then obviously the question is, how can we use this mobile technology to transform the delivery of healthcare? What you see is that most organizations, countries, companies who are using technology are looking more at how you can use technology to deliver care, to deliver a service. Most of them are not looking at it in terms of how you can use technology to mobilize financing. If we don't have financing, if money is not there, there's no way that we can actually, implement all the brilliant ideas that we have. So, my organization, Farm Access, where we work we have offices in 4 countries, but we work across Africa. We are leveraging technology to, first of all, show how it can help mobilizing financing for health. So the head office is in Amsterdam. We have country offices in Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, and Tanzania. And from these offices, we work with both the public and the private sector in our words, to transform the financing and delivery of care. So what this slide shows is that in Africa, on the left side, people are using mobile technology and mobile phones to exchange messages. Whether it's WhatsApp or SMS. They go to Facebook. They do all kind of stuff with mobile technology. Particularly when it comes to SMS, and that kind of thing, we are not really talking about the fancy smartphones. We're just talking about the future phones, like Nokia and etc. And people are using it a lot. What the amazing thing that has happened in Africa, and I think most of the listeners know about, is that in Kenya, Safaricom started M-Pesa. So they saw the potential of mobile technology, and they used the mobile technology to support people to send monies to each other. So you can see money as a form of entitlement, where A send monies to B, B send it to C, and by getting access to money, people then get access to services. And we're talking about a situation where most people don't have access to bank accounts. As we speak now in Nigeria, more than 40 million people don't have access to bank accounts. So if there is a technology that helps people to exchange money and entitlements, that will go a long way in improving their livelihoods. So Safaricom has used that in Kenya and for commerce. What my organization, Farm Access, is doing is, can we also use the same formula for health? Where you have a platform that allows people to get access to entitlement and to money, and that enables them to have access to care or be able to pay for care. So we have collaborated, like I said in the beginning, we collaborate whether it's government or it's private, because when it comes to healthcare, there's no need to discriminate. What is important is who can deliver the care. So on the technology side, we have partnered with a company, a social enterprise called CarePay. So CarePay is based in Amsterdam, it's based in Kenya and Nigeria, and together with them develop a digital platform, mobile platform that allows people to do 3 things. And for this presentation, I'm going to share with you the work that we're doing with CarePay and our partners in using technology to finance and deliver care. So what a platform, it does, or it has 3 most important components. The first is that there is a mobile health wallet. So the platform connects the individual, it connects the provider of care, and it connects the payer of care. So for the individual who needs care, there's a mobile health wallet that the individual can use. And that mobile health wallet is on the phone of the individual. And like I said earlier, it can just be a feature phone like Nokia. You know, you don't need expensive smartphone to be able to access your mobile health wallet. So look at the mobile health wallet as the wallet that you have, you know, your physical wallet where you have all your credit cards, and you put it in your pocket and you go to the shop, and then you can draw your bank pass or credit card to pay for services. The mobile health wallet has that potential where you can actually use, people can deposit entitlements in your mobile health wallet. If you can receive insurance entitlements on your mobile health wallet. If a funder is financing a particular program, let's say mother-child care program for pregnant women or for babies, you know, the entitlements can be stored on the phone of the pregnant woman. What it means is that if the pregnant woman goes to a clinic, the clinic, by accessing the portal, which is for the provider, the clinic will be able to see the entitlements that that individual has. The provider portal allows the clinic also to administer and manage care for this individual. Then, of course, what's important, you know, if you talk about the individual and the provider, is how can the person managing the scheme, you know, in this case, insurance scheme, how can that entity be able to have insight into the transactions? So in the case of an insurer, the insurer also has an insurer portal, and it allows the insurer to be able to manage the transactions. If it's also a funder that is providing the funding, the funder will also get that insight through the same portal. So, and we call it MTIBA in Kenya, and in other, you know, like Nigeria, it's called CarePay platform, you know, named after the social enterprise implementing this platform. So the beauty of the platform is that on the left side, you have a situation where, you know, you have so many entities and they want care, and everybody is doing their own thing, you know, for the benefit of one individual. So, you know, not to mention names of organizations, you can have, you know, 5 organizations contributing to pay for care of an individual, and they are all relating to the clinic. So you have sort of a messy situation, which is quite inefficient. On the right side, you have a situation where every funder or payer paying for the care of an individual, they can all put that entitlement or funding into the mobile health wallet of this individual. So you have sort of synergy, and that's what you see on the right side. So bringing efficiency into the system, but at the same time, the transparency that is needed. You know, so for a clinic providing care for an individual, the clinic doesn't care so much about who is paying for the care. So what the clinic cares about is that the individual who is in front of me, in this case a patient who needs care, that patient is getting the care and the money is being paid for. In the old system where everybody is making the transaction, you know, this clinic has to do transactions maybe for 5 funders, because every funder wants a report, and they want an update, you know, they want a review and all those things. But if they can all participate in the technology on the right side, where what is needed is that you have a wallet. The wallet is based on the telephone number of the individual, so it's the most important identifier. Then, you know, they can all pay they get the payer get the services, and the clinic gets paid. This is still to illustrate the point that with mobile technology, you will be able to bring mobilized financing, channel them efficiently, and deliver the care that the individual needs. So just to illustrate here, for example, you have the Global Fund, you have USAID, you have organizations focusing on specific care. If they can all agree, to focus their resources or channel their resources through the mobile health wallet, this individual will be able to get access to financing and ultimately access to care. So that's what we say, the combining financing flows. It also empowers the individual because, this individual at any point in time can check the resources that it has. And it's the individual that authorizes the clinic, to deduct payments or make payments out of the individual wallet, because that individual has access the care. This is still to illustrate the point, and the beauty of mobile technology is that you'll be able to ensure adherence to care. So what it means is that if an individual with a mobile phone, a mobile wallet is linked to a facility, that facility, in this case a clinic, can send a message to the individual if the individual doesn't show up for care. They can also send information to guide this individual on treatment protocols, which we know for some diseases, if you don't follow the protocol, you can develop resistance, and that can be as fatal as the disease itself. Because of the platform, the provider, the clinic, can also certainly induce health-seeking behavior, by sending messages to people linked, to the platform. And of course, as I said earlier, you can the provider can certainly monitor the health outcomes. You get so much data. The beauty of mobile technology is that you get data. In most cases, real data, real life data, which actually helps in improving the delivery of care. So so this is the approach. Let me briefly take you through how we have applied this approach in specific situations. So we are implementing the digital platform in Kenya and in Nigeria, where we are supporting health insurance initiatives and agencies to manage or administer their health insurance to the platform. By using technology, you'll be able to increase coverage much better than if you were doing it manually. So we've done it in all these countries where we work in. We're also supporting them to make maximum use of the data that they get. Analyze the data, in that case, get some lessons out of it, and use the lessons either to improve their financing of the scheme or to improve the delivery of care itself. So Tanzania, we're working there. We're also working in Ghana. In addition to the two countries that I mentioned, and we've also started working in Zanzibar. And we believe that the lessons and the models that we have developed and implementing in these countries can also be applied to other countries. Yeah, so what we've seen is that certainly financing is important, and we've worked a lot in ensuring that, you know, the countries, the initiatives, they'll be able to mobilize financing. But at the same time, you've also seen that the improving the delivery systems is equally important, because, you know, if the quality of care is not optimal, people will not go to clinic. You know, even if the care is free, you know, nobody wants to go to clinic and come back home with a disease. So we've developed an approach which we call Safe Care. So that approach builds on the World Health Organization standards, but they make the implementation of those standards applicable in local context by, you know, in the sense that we provide technical assistance, you know, capacity building training. We do assessment of the facilities, and the outcome of the assessment, you know, help healthcare facilities or providers to develop their plans and then support them to implement their plans. So, you know, I have some statistics for you here, you know, which says that, you know, we have about 4,000 clinics, you know, participating in the Safe Care approach, and you know, every month these facilities receive like 4.2 million patient visits. You know, it's quite substantial. So so we started. Now we are using technology to improve this approach. So an important component of this is what we call Safe Care Quality Platform, you know, which provides data to the healthcare facilities. Because, you know, at the end of the day, if you have data, then you can make informed decisions about the quality improvement approaches that are required for your facility. There are also, you know, what we also done, and I think that's the next slide, is that also using technology to do the mapping of facilities, you know, so that you can see, you know, where the facilities are distributed, and you can also see the level of standard or improvement that they have made. And all this data is available to the facilities, because at the end of the day, you know, that's the most important thing. You know, how can they use these approaches and the data to improve upon the services? Yeah. So that's been done. What we've also seen, and I emphasized that when I was talking about the insurance, is that financing is critical. So the financing consists of two parts. You have the financing for the service itself, which, you know, in most cases can be insurance. It can be a funder having specific pay for performance financing mechanisms. That goes into financing the care itself. But other part of the financing, which is important, is the investments that healthcare facility needs. You know, if you are asking facilities to improve upon their delivery systems, they need money to do that. So within our organization, since 2009, we have initiated we've started an initiative, which is called Medical Credit Fund. And the Medical Credit Fund is the first impact fund in Africa focusing on the small and medium-sized facilities. So the Medical Credit Fund does two main things. One is that it provides training and helps healthcare providers to manage their operations as business, and also helping them to develop business plans. Doctors think that because they are clever, they can do everything. But you've seen in the healthcare space that managing the business, managing care system, hospital is a profession on its own. So with the Medical Credit Fund, we're providing the training and the business development expertise to make them do that. In addition to that, the Medical Credit Fund provides loans, financing to these facilities to make them invest, whether it's in infrastructure or invest in processes or invest in human beings, their own competencies. The Medical Credit Fund provides financing for this. So since 2010, when the Medical Credit Fund started disbursing financing to these healthcare facilities, the Medical Credit Fund has done over $129 million in loans. And these loans have been disbursed to 1,800 healthcare facilities or enterprises. So we're talking about healthcare enterprises that range from a maternity home in a village to a pharmacy shop, where people go and buy medicines, to a primary healthcare center, to a medium-sized hospital. It also provides financing to distributors for medical equipment, and is doing very well. So, when we started this, we were working with the banks, local banks. That's also an important aspect to emphasize. We work with local banks because they had the networks to distribute the loans. The banks at that point, in the beginning, were not very enthusiastic about this because they see or saw the healthcare sector as risky. But, as we speak now, over all these years, the Medical Credit Fund has a repayment rate of 96%, which is very high, for an impact fund focusing on the bottom of the pyramid, so to say, facilities. The support from the Medical Credit Fund, the capital, it comes from financial, development institutions. It comes from investors. So, in the past, we've gotten monies from, a whole range of institutions. They give us the money, but they want their money back with return. And so far, we've been doing very well. I think there's also technology being leveraged here to make this better. And it's important to emphasize that, because what you see is that what a normal bank would do to anyone who needs a loan is to ask that individual for collateral. Your house, your office, your factory, your plant, anything to ensure that if you don't pay, they have something to fall onto. We saw that that's a detriment, to the smaller facilities. So with technology, and collaborating with M-Pesa and MTIBA and installing tills at these facilities, we are able to get insights into the turnover of these facilities. Daily, you get digital insights, through their, because they're using the technology. And because we have that insight, we can deliver, we can give them loans, not requiring any collateral. And that has been doing very well. And of course, if you do all these things, then you will certainly be recognized. So this is a list of some awards that we have received, right from the Financial Times to IFC to CDC. We've gotten a lot of awards and recognition, from the World Economic Forum, about the work that we do. So thanks a lot for listening, and looking forward to the interactions.
Thank you so much. And let me be the first on this call anyway to congratulate you on the awards. Having award winning in your title is always reassuring, isn't it, for people to know that you're trusted, that you're good at what you do, that you're being recognized. So congratulations. Yeah,
thank you very much. No, it's an important aspect of it. So one is that as an organization, you can really focus on what you do and do better. But our goal is that because the problem is so big, it's important that we share the lessons that we've learned, that we engage others. If they can implement the things that we do on their own, that's fine. And so, having this award, also helps open some doors for that kind of interaction.
Absolutely, yes. I think you're right there, because this is going to be an ongoing, all-consuming project. You've made a great start. It sounds very promising. I have a few thoughts. I was very curious. I was listening to you because it's not a system I've come across before. We know that mobile technology is expanding all of the time. And I suppose there were a few things that I thought of, putting my cynical head on. So, for example, I've got the credits in my wallet, on my phone. So I've got a few questions for you around that. So first of all, what happens if I lose my phone? What happens if the phone is stolen? How is that open to abuse?
Yeah, if you lose your phone, you don't lose anything. Your phone is just an interface, and to be able to access the services. So at the back end, the platform has everything. So all that you need is a telephone number, and then you can access all the information that you have.
So you wouldn't necessarily need to prove who you are. If you turned up at a medical centre, let's say, and they ask, well, how are you going to pay for this? How would they prove it's you if you're holding that phone and you've got that phone number? Presumably the database is quite strict.
Yeah. So the phone is an identifier, but of course, we collect information about the individual. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, so that helps in that case. And of course, you have the control, I think, at two levels. One is that the telcos, they collect information about the individual. So in the same way that the individual who loses his phone or her phone will have to identify her or herself to the telco, they have to do that if you lose your phone. At our level, you also have to identify who you are. And then we will check whether you are the person that you claim to be.
Got it.
Yeah. So the challenge is, so go ahead.
No, I'm absolutely fascinated. I'm asking questions that I think perhaps our audience would want to know the answer to, and you've got the answers to them. So I guess my next question is, so I've got this deposit of finance available to me in the wallet, and I know how much is there, and I roughly know what sort of costs are involved with different services that I might need. Would I be tempted to perhaps think, well, I'm not seriously ill, I ought to save that credit in case I get something else wrong with me? How do people make that judgment?
Yeah, so to begin with, the money that you have in your digital, the mobile health wallet is primarily for health. And so you cannot take money there and say, I need to buy fish. So, I go and buy it. And we do that because, you cannot predict when you're going to be ill. And so it's important that we ring-fence, that's the technical word, ring-fence the money that you have for health. So that's point two. Point two is that we're also looking at alternative sources for funding. And so it's not primarily about the savings that you make. It's also the entitlements that you have in an insurance program. It's also about your participation in a program that is funded by an entity that's interested in maybe addressing mother-child care issues. So when you bring all these things together, you have that amount, and you can also check. When you go to a facility, after leaving the facility, you get a message if they have to, and you have to authorize the payment. And that helps also, and you can at the end of the day check how much you need. When we did this in Kenya, it brought some safety to women, because people going to hospital with cash on them sometimes being attacked.
Yeah.
But if everything is in your wallet, your mobile gets stolen, you don't lose anything.
Got it.
Yeah. Then
I think it's an incredible thing. I mean, what would happen if you were, I don't know, badly injured, let's say, and you've got multiple health issues and there wasn't enough money in your wallet? They wouldn't prioritize your broken arm over your broken leg, or how would they do that?
Yeah. So certainly that's a challenging point, and we're not trying to say that we can solve all the challenges in the healthcare space, because the mobile health wallet will function as much as there's a good insurance scheme. Yeah,
great.
So
yeah.
You need to also have that to go with this. Yeah.
And that, I suppose, re-emphasizes your point about how you've joined up this funding, that it's more efficient now that all of those bodies are, in one silo rather than separate silos, and talking to each other and ensuring that these things are being addressed.
Yeah. And as we speak now, we have a collaboration with the Global Fund. And the Global Fund is an entity set up to address HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria challenges. And the partnership is about how we can use this technology to scale delivery of care. They are very much interested in the fact that locally African countries will also have to mobilize their own funding. Global Fund will not be there forever. Yeah. So the point, the African countries have to mobilize their own funding. That's also part of the work that we do. Besides the technology within the organization, I'm also the director for advocacy. And what the whole thing is about is that if African countries don't mobilize funding, the external world cannot keep financing care. Yeah. So the partnership with the Global Fund is, can we use this technology as a means of supporting the countries to optimize the budgets that they have now for care? Yeah. And also,
I guess on that issue of funding, have you ever been approached by, a big corporate name, I won't name any of them, that would say, listen, we'll fund this, but we want to be able to send an advertising text to a person's phone, and sort of monetize their own advertising and their marketing so that they can somehow see some return? Would that be an abuse of that sort of privilege?
We are not in that space, and so we are not in that space, but we do work with private sector. Our whole initiative was started because at the beginning, people in Africa didn't have access to HIV/AIDS medicines. In Europe and the US, medicines were available. So we started by working with Dutch companies, which has businesses in Africa, and they wanted to do something for their staff. Yeah, so collaboration with the private sector is there, but it's never at the expense of the people who are serving. And we don't necessarily ask for money. We are more interested in a company addressing their core practices, because if they can see the value of something that will enhance their market, that's what they should do. Yeah, so, our principles are above all things.
I think that's highly reassuring and, good that it's ethical, good that it's being done for all the right reasons. I think what you're achieving, and there's still much to achieve, is incredible. And the progress you're making, and you've shared those updates and case studies. So you must be optimistic for the future.
No, I am, particularly when it comes to the use of technology. I am because, if you want to provide care to poor people, you got to do it in an efficient manner because they are not in the position to pay more. So you have to reach huge numbers. And in reaching huge numbers, you need technology. If a technology company will have to scale, what they need is another server, and they can scale. If you want to build a restaurant in Africa, you have to build a building in every village. So the beauty of technology is that you can scale, you can reduce your transaction cost. And I think, whether we're working with governments or we're working with organizations, everybody is beginning to see the value of technology. And I think the change will come when, we all embrace it and move the work forward. So the challenges are huge.
You wouldn't perhaps know until you see some of the presentations, but that brings to a conclusion the things that we've been speaking about today beautifully. We couldn't have rehearsed it any better. This idea that we can scale, that digital technology is available, that it can be used to benefit, and the way that you incorporated the financial and the insurance side of it is admirable. I want to thank you for joining us. It's been a fascinating insight. Good luck with all the work that you're doing, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much for the moderation, and see you perhaps, who knows.
We hope so. We hope so. We hope so. We'll see you again. We are, after all, going out worldwide over the next few months. That was Dr. Kwasi Bohen from Farm Access, who brings today's presentations to a beautiful conclusion. As I mentioned there, we've been talking about all sorts of issues, but that idea that digital technology can bring greater access to the health solutions that we're advocating today. So, brilliant day. If you've missed any of it and you want to catch up, then go to the Future Health YouTube channel. You can watch all of those presentations again, make notes, and you notice there that there's ways that you can get in touch with the individual presenters as well. They've shared some of their contact details. You can also go on social media, share what you're feeling and what you're thinking, maybe ask some questions using the hashtag Africa Health Week or Future Health, and you'll find us on the usual social media channels, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and we're here for the next couple of days. On the fourth day, you'll carry on networking. After all, that's one of the beauties of this platform, that we're here to network, to chat, to share best practice, to innovate, to learn, to challenge, and many, many other things. It's part of a wider series of health issues weeks that we've got running, and the next one is in the USA. I'll tell you more about that in the next couple of days, but for now we'll have a look at what's coming up tomorrow on Africa Health Week. In the morning we'll be talking about stem cells and a cure for sickle cell with Saman Dalvi. We'll also be with Jonathan Parr to talk about Africa Healthcare designing for the people and the role of the private sector with Christine Hoggendorn will be there. So that's the morning sessions. Lots to look forward to there. As think we'll have a look at the afternoon once we've got through the morning session. There you are. I've whetted your appetite. You've got to join us tomorrow to find out what's happening in the afternoon. But of course, you can visit the website if you want to look at the programme, not just for tomorrow, but also for day 3 on Wednesday. For now, though, enjoy the rest of your day. It's been an absolute pleasure being your moderator and host. I'm sure you'll agree that there's a lot to be optimistic about for Africa through Africa Health Week. Thank you for joining us. Join us again bright and early tomorrow at 9:30. We'll be sharing more best practice ideas and innovations through Future Health series. See you then.